Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Record, Mr. Clerk.
There is a quorum present, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, no items at this time. We return to the discussion on Legislative Bill 705. Pending was a motion to indefinitely postpone LB 705 pursuant to Rule 6, Section 3.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. So before lunch, I was listening to the debate, and one of the things that stuck out to me, and there was information passed out, was the pending amendment for LB 805. And I have a few concerns. In looking at Senator Von Gilliland's note or memo that he passed out about the bill, on point number 4, it says the fiscal note anticipated, all organizations must at their own cost provide background checks for their representatives. The fiscal note anticipated that the background checks would be done by the State Patrol, which is not what the bill says. So before I dig into my concerns, I'm just going to take a moment to read this part of the fiscal note from the State Patrol. For purposes of completing the fiscal note, the State Patrol has made the assumption that such background checks will be fingerprint-based background checks submitted to the FBI. The bill is not clear as to the type of background check that is required. Additionally, the State Patrol has made the assumption that this will result in an estimated additional 1,200 background checks in the first year and 800 in the second year. The fee charged to the applicants are $45.25, which will result in cash fund revenue of $54,300 in the first year and $36,200 in the second year. The State Patrol estimates that 3 additional employees, 3 FTEs, will be required. And then it goes on to explain all of that, and the FTEs then would cost $176,000. So starting with my concern is not even actually the actual cost, which it is going to cost the state. So let's just be clear about that, that the fiscal note clearly reflects that the State Patrol would need 3 additional FTEs. My concern is that we are in a crisis. We are in a crisis in childcare staffing, and a big part of the crisis in childcare staffing in Nebraska is the background checks. Our State Patrol cannot meet the current need in a timely manner for background checks for childcare workers. The delay is costing us a workforce for childcare. Adding an additional burden to background checks for the State Patrol, even if we allocate the funds for the additional FTEs, which they already have open FTEs that they can't fulfill, even if we were to allocate those funds, we are continuing to put pressure on a system. And we are in crisis. It was my understanding at the start of the session that there were others in this body that were working on the background check crisis that is facing our childcare workers, but nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. And our childcares are going to close their doors. We can't afford to wait. This is a state of emergency and nothing has happened. No one has done anything. And I am included in that. I am complacent in that. I should have done something when I saw on day 9 of bill introduction that no one was doing anything to address the crisis of our childcare workforce. But we haven't, colleagues. And requiring additional resources to be diverted for something other than this is going to be a problem. It's going to be a massive problem. We are in crisis.
1 minute.
And we are going to start to see childcares have to shut their doors because they do not have the workforce available to show up to work legally because we have such a backlog, such a delay in our background checks at the State Patrol. And this is not a commentary on the State Patrol. This isn't about them not doing their jobs. They are doing their jobs. We are in crisis, a workforce crisis everywhere, and we need to take action, and we're not. And we have the ability to take action, and we haven't. Now, I realize that to some of you, this may be a new topic. I haven't talked about it as much as I've talked about a lot of other things. But now that we're getting to this point where we're trying to allocate resources to background checks, but we're not addressing the crisis at hand, I feel it is imperative that I start to speak about this, that I start to raise awareness on this very issue, especially as we then look to the budget in addition to everything else.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And that is your last time.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that is the first concern I have with LB 805 being amended onto LB 705. And honestly, it is probably my most significant concern and my primary concern. My secondary concern is that we are forcing school districts to do something where they have a clear policy already stated about whether or not certain groups or any groups are allowed, and we are circumventing the school's own policies and requiring them to do something that they have clearly stated they don't want to do. So that is another problem. Third problem, which has been brought up, that this seems to be the focus of this conversation around the Boy Scouts of America. I personally don't have an issue with the Boy Scouts of America. I know that they have been doing a lot of work to repair the damage that had been done with some significant mistreatment and abuse that happened within that organization. I understand that. But the reality is that you're trying to force public schools to require a group to be allowed in that has in the past perpetrated sexual assault against children. And that is not okay. Period. That is not okay. They might be doing a better job. They might have cleaned house, but the trauma still exists. The trauma that was inflicted upon members of that community still exists. And when people, parents who might have been victims, see that their school is required to allow that organization into their child's school, we are re-traumatizing that victim and making them feel like they can't protect their own kid. We shouldn't be making this a mandate. This is not something that rises to the level of government mandate. Not even close. So it does have a fiscal note. It is a government mandate. It is circumventing local control. It is telling our local schools that they don't know as best as we do. It's picking and choosing specific groups. I don't see 4-H on here. There's lots of other groups that aren't on here. I don't know how this group was put together, how it was decided that some groups didn't get to be a part of the list. I think that this is an unfortunate use of government. And additionally, I have a concern because Senator Von Gilliland got on the microphone this morning and said that he is on the board of the Boys Club, Boy Scouts. And I don't think that that is an appropriate use of your position, Senator Von Gilliland. And I hope at the bare minimum you file a conflict of interest, because that is a clear conflict of interest. I don't think that that was your intention, but it is a clear conflict of interest and it should be treated as such. We should start holding ourselves to a higher standard of integrity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeBoer would like to recognize her nephew, Ian DeBoer, under the north balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Eibach, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kavanaugh, I would just speak a little bit toward your hiring or finding more officers to do the background checks for the child care. That was something I was very passionate about last fall and worked with First Five on to develop a process whereby we would, and I actually thought about bringing a bill and had planned to, that we would hire more full-time state troopers to just do background checks, to expedite that process a little bit from HHS too. And actually the governor picked that up. And so we didn't bring a bill for it because he said that's something he was passionate about. And so I think they are following up with that, but I think you and I should both cooperatively follow up with that to make sure it's happening. Anyway, I would speak a little bit to the FFA portion of this discussion simply because I had a state officer. We had FFA in our high school, and currently I think there are 205 or 6 FFA classrooms in Nebraska right now. And for those of you that don't know a lot about it, and I learned more about it as I was immersed with it when my triplets were in 7th grade, we brought FFA to our school. And ag education provides instruction through an integrated intracurricular model of direct instruction in the classroom and laboratory. experiential learning through a student-supervised ag experience, which is also known as an SAE, and my 3 children participated in that program as well. And leadership development through student participation. This structure provides students the opportunity to be successful in any of the career pathways within agriculture, food, and natural resources career fields. Nebraska FFA is dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of students by developing their potential through premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through ag education. Today's ag education students will be the leaders and innovators of the future, and I truly believe that after witnessing many of the SAE projects that are on the national level and receive recognition. They're responsible for safe and stable food, fiber supply, and our growing world. Today's ag education carries on the tradition of providing instruction through the integrated model of this classroom and laboratory instruction. And the leadership development skills that they retain are just amazing. So there are 209 Ag Ed and FFA programs in schools in Nebraska, and I'm proud that all of my schools in District 44 all have an FFA chapter in their schools, and they are amazing kids. They develop kids from the ground up, and the schools support these programs simply because of the outcomes that FFA provides. With that, I would yield my time back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, Nebraska. I just want to speak directly to the issue that Michaela Cavanaugh brought up in regard to the background checks. That's an issue I worked on a year ago. I had a meeting with about 3 or 4 different child care providers in Grand Island, and they all had the same problem, that they were concerned about having to close their doors because the State Patrol couldn't get back in time with the background checks to allow them to hire the employees. And at that point, I believe what they did was give some of the employees a waiver to allow the State Patrol to complete the background check. Not quite sure how that worked, but anyway, the providers were calling me and said, it's okay now, it's all right. And I am surprised to hear that the problem is right back where it was. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd yield any time I have left to Senator Von Gilleren.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've actually got quite a bit of a long rebuttal here, but I'm going to kind of leave it at this. Every organization that's listed in this bill already does background checks on their employees. So there is no additional cost for a background check. There's no additional cost to the state. There's no additional workload to the state. And I don't blame the fiscal office. They would not have known that based on the drafting of the bill. But we've talked with the school association. We've talked to different school districts. They understand that. They recognize the organizations that do the background checks. The costs are completely borne by the organization, and the checks are already done. So there is no additional background check required. I will go just a little bit further, and I'm not perfect at taking down quotes, but I think the quote from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh said that this is about a group that in the past has perpetrated sexual assaults against children, which is a horrible and gross misstatement. And I would ask her to rebut that statement. I would ask her to retract it, because that's completely untrue to say that the organization itself has perpetrated sexual assaults against children. Unfortunately, Scouting and other organizations, including schools, both public and private, churches, any organization that deals with children, unfortunately, has had to deal with this issue. And it's a horrible thing. As I mentioned in my past testimony, I've actually got a family member that had to deal with this from a pediatrician, not from an organization. So I've seen firsthand the outfall of sexual assault, and of all the things that have been talked about in the past few weeks here on the floor, whether it's regarding transgender, regarding LGBTQ issues or abortion issues, and people have said, have you lived this out? And we've been accused, many of us have been accused of not being able to live those experiences out. I've lived this one out, and I've seen the ugly experience of it. and I would not be a part of an organization that was not doing everything physically, humanly, and financially possible to turn that tide. Then lastly, I want to comment about a conflict of interest. And it's my understanding, after having sat on the NADC board or commission, that if you are not benefiting financially, there's not a conflict of interest. And frankly, I would have to believe that every member in this body is a member of some community organization, and their community benefits from that, whether it's a child serving organization, a church board, whatever it happens to be. And it's not totally dissimilar to the claim that was made against Senator Hunt last week, which was completely inappropriate, that said that she would benefit from a piece of legislation because one of her family members would benefit. That was inappropriate also. And this is equally inappropriate, and I stand against that also and encourage a retraction from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
I would yield my time to Senator Conrad if she would have it.
Senator Conrad, you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh, for the time as well. You'll see that many members of the Education Committee have already utilized their speaking turns on the mic for this measure, and so definitely appreciate a little extra time and breathing room to build the record from our colleagues. That's always appreciated. I wanted to just flag a couple of things in regards to one of my components that is in the committee, the Education Committee package, and that's LB 414, which deals with some modest but important changes to option enrollment in Nebraska. And I've had a chance to talk with Senator Hughes, Senator Jacobson, members of educational interest groups, leadership groups. And one thing that they have asked us to consider as a committee, and me as a primary introducer, is to change some of the key deadlines that are in LB 414 from a fall kind of assessment of capacity to perhaps a spring assessment of capacity, maybe either March or April, in contrast to the October 15th date that is delineated in the bill. I think that this is a very thoughtful conversation to ensure that we can make technical adjustments or updates, which I absolutely pledged to do, working in concert with all of the stakeholders from general to select file, to make sure that if we're really not sensing a significant amount of disagreement on the corpus of the measure, but perhaps some technical aspects related to implementation, I think that those are definitely issues that we can and should put our heads together on to find a clearer and better path in regards to for implementation in between general and select files. So just to be clear, I don't have a magic date in mind, but I've heard some different ideas, either March 1st or April 15th, and whatever we decide on with educational stakeholders and the other senators who have raised the issue and are working on the issue in good faith, I will make sure to flag that next iteration and evolution of that aspect of the bill as it continues to move through today. The other piece that I just wanted to give a stronger voice to was the really important component parts that we have in this committee package to address teacher shortage. And I know, as the daughter of a now retired public school teacher, and as a mom of 2 young kids in our public elementary schools right here in Lincoln Public Schools, it's hard to distill the importance of having a great teacher in front of the classroom. And I know from Senator Walz to Senator Vargas and others that have that teaching background, anything and everything that we can do to ensure that we can recruit and retain top talent, to bring that passion, to bring that knowledge, to bring that excitement and instill that love of learning to our students across demographics, across districts. that's really the key determinant to making sure our kids are excited to learn and have opportunities to learn and can
1 minute.
excel, thank you, Mr. President, in life and on tests and gather the skills that they need to be constructive, engaged global citizens as they continue to chart their course. So there are really important pieces in here that Senator Linehan has already touched upon that provides a little bit of extra financial benefit to those frontline teachers who are giving it their all and who really make incredible sacrifices to serve in that role, who are already in many instances far, far underpaid with what we ask them to do from a teaching perspective, an emotional perspective. And I think that that's the least that we can do to give nod to their sacrifice and service. And I'm hoping that those investments will continue and we can do all that we can do
That's your
to
time,
increase
Senator.
teacher pay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Berman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise up again and defend the package. I think we have a great package put together by the committee, something that we all pretty much agree on. There's, you know, an individual here and there on a bill here and there that's in the package that probably doesn't support things 100%, but they're not opposed enough against the bills that are in the package to bring the whole package down or even try and, you know, remove a particular bill because of strong opposition. So, you know, we've addressed the things that we want to address as a committee. Teacher hiring, pay and retention, parental involvement, school safety, and not thinking of the fourth concern right now, but the fourth objective, but the whole package works together. And to specifically address the upcoming amendment that groups can have access to schools. The amendment does have the option for parents to opt out if they don't want their student to participate. So I think that's very important. And I think, as has been mentioned before, no matter what the group or organization is, there's always individuals in that organization or group that would like to do, could do harm to others in the group. So, and by the way, I think, as I mentioned before, we have great teachers, great educators in the state, but even among a great group of people like that, there's some that would possibly do harm to students. So we just have to have the protections in whatever bill, whatever in the package of whatever we're trying to do. And I think with the option to option out, you know, option is always a good thing. Parents should always be able to direct what their children are being taught and how they're being taught. They have the ultimate authority. So with all of that, with the opt-out in it, I think it's a very good amendment to bring. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of LB 705 commonly called the Education Committee package. Again, package is the word of the session. Just wanted to go through a couple things that stuck out. I appreciate working with Senator Conrad and looking at changing that October date, changing that to a spring date when schools can have a better assessment of what their special needs capacity is before they submit it for that. So I appreciate her working with me on that. And I think with that amendment coming, that makes that piece better. Going through, again, commend the Nebraska Teacher Recruitment and Retention Act. We have such a need for teachers, and the dollar grants available for teaching in years 2, 4, and 6 get some teachers some longevity, and a little incentive there will help our schools. Wanted to address, I talked a little bit with Senator McKinney, and I know people have talked about this with not suspending the preschool through second graders. Agree that we need to come up with a workable solution for that. I know there was no opponents when that hearing was held, but at that time it was definitely for a kind of an Omaha schools issue. So I don't know that the smaller school districts were as concerned with that piece, with that bill. And so now that it is opened up, they're going to do this across the board for all school districts in the state. We need to make sure that for our smaller schools that maybe we know staffing's an issue, that if there is a child that's misbehaving in a room that's that age, and let's just say, for example, they do something that hurts the kid next to them, pulling that kid out of that classroom, if there's not the staff in that smaller school to handle that, is it bad that maybe that kid goes home for a day or two until a safety plan is put in place to bring that child back? And I just think it's something that we need to talk about and work through. That's just kind of coming from being on the Seward School Board. That is one of the concerns I had when I was just looking through all these different pieces of the Education Committee package. But just kind of going through the list, there's just such good things in this. The computer science and technology expansion, that is going to be really good for the state of Nebraska as we're continually facing a labor shortage. Helping incentivize public school teachers, making it less of a barrier to become a teacher in Nebraska is important. And that's not just for teachers, but any profession. If you move into the state, making sure that we're not being our worst enemy in terms of getting people in the workforce. The textbook LB 647, which is in this, is a good piece of this bill, and it's relating to the purchase and loan of textbooks for kids enrolled in a private school. They're going to make it the responsibility of the Nebraska Department of Education. And that honestly, again, helps some of these smaller school districts, because at the time, each small school district or each school district is kind of in charge of running this program. And that's just kind of another administrative thing. And, it'll change. You might have a private school that has kids from several school districts. And if you have it all in one centralized place, thank you, Mr. President, that just makes the administration of that much easier. And I'm sure it's much easier from the private school side. And I know personally from some of the schools in my district, they'll be happy to hand that piece off. So kind of remove some of that additional administrative work that we as a legislature tend to give a lot of our public schools. Going through this, I also am happy to read about the appropriating funds to provide grants for some of the STEAM fields, science, technology, engineering, entrepreneurship, and mathematics. So I really appreciate the Education Committee's work on this. I think there's a lot of good things in this. I think there might be a few little amendments coming to this when it gets on select, which will just make a good bill better. So I appreciate it, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. After a brief conversation with Senator Michaela Cavanaugh in regard to the background checks by the State Patrol, she did some research and found out that the solution they come up with last year was merely an emergency and temporary scenario, which has since expired. She also has some more information that she'd like to share, so I will gladly yield the rest of my time to her.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Aguilar, and also thank you, Senator Ibach, for your comments earlier. So there is, in the budget, there was a budgetary request for increased funding for the State Patrol, but it didn't have intent language around it for this specific issue. And so I'm trying, of course, as we all are, to quickly read through the green bill thing to see how that would shake out as far as increased funding goes. But we currently have a 3-week waiting period for an appointment for fingerprinting for childcare workers. So that's a 3-week appointment waiting period, not actually getting the results. Then you have to get the results. And these are jobs that are not super high wage to begin with and aren't easy. And so if you apply for a job at a childcare and you apply for a job at, say, a local restaurant, fast food, grocery store, what have you, and you can get hired on the spot there, you're going to probably take that job and leave the other job. So that's part of what's playing into the crisis that we have. There was a waiver and that expired. We do have the opportunity, and in full disclosure, I have not had these conversations with the governor. He might be doing this right now as I'm talking, but the governor could issue a state of emergency to allow for a waiving again of that waiting period so that an employee can begin working. Most childcares do the 2 different background checks. So this is the state background check. And the other background check that they do actually tends to yield stronger results. So they could do the general background check that they do, waive the waiting period, and allow them to begin work, supervised, of course, until the state background check comes back. So we can go back to that waiver that we had with a state of emergency until we are able to get staffing levels with the State Patrol up to the level that we need so that we don't have this wait period, so that we can help our child cares that are in crisis, which is most of them, to improve the staffing. So there are a lot of long-term investments and strategies that we need to employ to improve this crisis, but there's also the immediate that we could do. And so it's probably worth us starting to have that conversation with the governor if he is willing to issue a state of emergency so that child cares can go back to that waiver process until we are able to take the actions and the steps necessary to alleviate the backlog with the State Patrol. So thank you, Senator Aguilar, for yielding me the time. I do want to comment. I spoke with Senator Von Gilleren. It was not my intention to portray malfeasance on the part of Boy Scouts. It's a very well-known story and scandal, and perhaps I didn't use my words as carefully as I had intended to. So when I speak about the Boy Scouts again, I will do it more thoughtfully. I don't think I have the time to do it justice at this moment. So that's all I have to say about background checks for now. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 quick things. I'm last in the queue, so I'll be brief and get out. I guess kind of speaking again to the portion of the bill, I think Senator McKinney brought it with regard to not suspending students K through 3rd grade. That was originally from metropolitan class cities, so I didn't have any issues there. I am concerned about the impact that it would have in smaller rural schools and staffing issues and disruption in classrooms and those kinds of things. This again is one of those unfunded mandates. It seems like that we force these things on our public schools and ask them to deal with it, but we're not going to give you the resources to deal with it. So I do have some indigestion there. I'm sensitive to Senator McKinney's comments. I hear what he's saying. But at the same time, we also have to be sensitive to the rest of the kids in this classroom and to those teachers, and that we're trying to move the education forward. And so there has to be some flexibility. And so I do have some indigestion on this piece of it. And I'm prepared to move the bill forward to select, but I would hope that we can take another look at that, perhaps with some other possible carve-outs. With regard to the conversation with Senator Aguilar and Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, I do agree with the concerns that have been raised by Senator Cavanaugh. We are dealing with a severe child care crisis, and I do think it is that. We can't get enough up there operating. There are concerns with certainly we need background checks. The last thing we want to do is have the wrong providers involved who should not be around young children. But at the same time, these background checks are taking forever, and they're absolutely required. And the other problem is there's a cost to doing these. So a daycare provider is going to go out, hire someone. They have to get the background check. They wait. Ultimately, they take a job somewhere else because there's plenty of other jobs out there, and they don't get somebody on board. So that's a recurring problem with all the daycare operators that I've dealt with. There was an interim study last summer. We did have a hearing in North Platte. Daycare providers were there. Besides those problems, there's also a problem about having access to health care for daycare providers and their employees. In terms of how can they get the numbers up to where people can be willing to come and go to work there for what the compensation would be, lack of benefits, all the other issues they have to work through on background checks, and still be open and be able to keep these kids so that their parents can be in the workforce. So I think we need to continue to be focused on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to withdraw my motions.
The motion's withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Senator Conrad, MO 787 and 786, both with notes that she wishes to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, there are no further priority motions.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to just go over all of the bills that are in the committee amendment. There'll be a handout coming around eventually that lists all the bills. Of course, the first one is 705, and that is the lottery bill. And my staff did a lot of communication with different education groups that have interests in that lottery bill. And I think we've come up to a very satisfactory agreement as to the different percentages and breakdowns and all of the modifications of the percentages in the lottery that will go to what programs. And then LB 153, I'm just going in numerical order, Senator DeBoer's bill, and that is addresses when a school has a unusual increase in special ed that temporarily there is a fund that will help that school out for, I believe it's 2 years until the school gets reimbursed to address that unusual change in special ed. And then LB 356 by Senator Walls, and that updates the requirements for the Nebraska Opportunity Grant and aligns it with federal requirements for FAFSA. And then LB 372, one of my bills, and that requires homeschool students to participate in one class instead of 20 hours to compete in school extracurricular activities. I've had a lot of emails from homeschoolers that would work out better in their schedule for one thing to just have to participate in one class, and very often their homeschool program addresses a broad range of classes and they only need one class. Perhaps it's like a high-end calculus class, or a class that's related to the extracurricular activity that they want to participate in, such as maybe speech, if they have a student that would want to participate in debate. As far as athletics go, quite often there are homeschool teams and other types of teams that their student can participate in, but some athletic activities such as football, it's difficult to have a homeschool group that could run a football program, especially when you get into high school. LB 385 by Senator Linehan, and that provides the $2,500 for teachers in year 2, 4, and 6. And then also that funding, of course, comes from the state, and then also a $5,000 bonus if the teacher teaches a STEM class or a dual credit or a special ed class. LB 414 by Senator Conrad. And that bill would make it more clear as to why certain programs are full for special ed, and makes it more clear for students and their parents that want to option into another district as to if they are rejected, as to exactly why they are rejected. LB 516 by Senator Walls, and that appropriates $870,000 to the from the general fund for the maintenance of the Safe to Help mental health crisis hotline. We hear a lot about how mental health is an increasing problem among the whole population, but especially students. So that there's big need for that bill. LB 520 by Senator Walls also. We passed the computer science and technology requirements last year, and some schools are having difficulty meeting those requirements, and this makes it easier for those schools to meet those requirements with different classes, not classes that are necessarily specific only to computer science and technology. LB 603 by Senator Linehan provides an alternative certification program, and that's for teachers. And it's another way of addressing the workforce shortage in teaching. And with the amendment, it's acceptable, I think, to most all the education groups and colleges. LB 632 by Senator McKinney, we've discussed that quite a bit, would ban schools from using out-of-school suspension for pre-K through second grade students, unless, and the amendment was, unless they bring a deadly weapon to school. And LB 647 by Senator McConnell updates the existing textbook loan program for private schools, kind of a library where private schools can access textbooks from that are public schools are done with. LB 648 by Senator McDonald also provides another pathway for adults, I guess, that have been out of school for a certain period of time, so that they can receive an alternate GED, and provides a pathway for them to be employed also. Then LB 698, by myself. It adds the Space Force program. It's a new branch of the military for benefits for both military members and their dependents so that they can receive those benefits like the other branches of the military. And finally, LB 703, another bill by myself, and that allows state colleges to sell their excess material without bringing it to Lincoln to sell. So provides, and that's something they've been doing, but just puts it into law. Then LB 708 by Senator Arch, and that provides a way for different education groups to cooperate more easily to support students that are coming out of the YRTC, and I believe also on probation. LB 724 by Senator Vargas eliminates the general praxis test, but with the amendment does keep the subject matter praxis test as a requirement for teacher certification. I think that's extremely important that we keep the subject matter praxis test. That only makes sense that the teacher needs to be very knowledgeable in the subject that they're teaching. LB 762 by Senator DeBoer creates a para-to-teacher program that will assist para-educators to become certified teachers. Paras are hardworking, quite often, thank you, quite often been in the particular school for a certain amount of time, will likely stay there. And with this program is just another way to address the teacher shortage and allow them to be certified. And finally, Senator Wayne's LB 787 creates the STEAM program, and of course, that's the video game that concentrates on STEM subjects and hopefully is proven successful in some other states and will increase interest of students in STEM. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 705, introduced by Senator Merman. It's a bill for enacting education, amend several sections within Chapter 9, 79, 84, and 85. Changes provisions related to distribution of lottery funds used for education, adopts the Behavioral Intervention Training and Teacher Support Act, creates funds, establishes a mental health training grant program, defines and redefines terms, change provisions relating to innovation grant program, use certain funds, provides duties to the coordinating commission for the post-secondary education, changes provisions relating to the Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund, adopts the Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program Act, transfers and change provisions to the Excellence in Teaching Act, adopts the Daughters College Scholarship Act, eliminates obsolete provisions, repeals the Master Teacher Program Act, and provisions relating to a study and a statewide vision for education, harmonized provisions, provides a duty for the revisor statutes, provides an operative date, repeals the original section, outright repeals several sections in Chapter 50 and 79, and declares an emergency. Bill is read for the first time on January 18th of this year in front of the Education Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. Mr. President, Senator Von Gillern would move to amend with AM 1503 with a note he would withdraw and substitute for AM 1558.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Bostoman has some guests in the North Balcony, 4th through 6th graders from Clarkson Public Schools. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since we have talked a good deal about this morning, I'll just add a little bit of clarity to some confusion. So I rise in support of LB 705, of the committee amendment AM 1468, and my amendment 1558. This morning, the amendment was AM 1503, but thanks to a vigorous debate, we found an error that caused us to call the revisor's office and get a quick redraw. So hence the new numbering. My apologies, and my thanks to Bill Drafting for helping us navigate that. Just again, I won't take nearly all of my time. Just a quick reminder again, the youth serving organizations, some of the organizations that will benefit when this bill passes and are allowed to coordinate with school districts for a one-time visit to schools to present their organizations. They include FFA, Little League, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Again, we've had a vigorous and strong debate this morning, and it's allowed several different points of views to be presented, which is how this process is supposed to work. I'm glad some of the kids were here to be able to see some of that and see how the legislature works. So that's been a good exercise. I thank you for the debate. I now trust that you're all as passionate about this bill impacting kids as I am, and ask for your green vote on AM 1558. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. You're next in the queue as well, Senator.
I wave. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm glad that we're having robust debate today. So we are on the amendment that is 805, and I'm just going to go back to my concern, and it's more of an underlying concern, generally speaking, about the backlog with the State Patrol. I do think that well, I know that we have an issue with the State Patrol having a backlog in resources. And this is something that has been an issue in a lot of different things with legislation that we've passed. And I was looking through the State Patrol agency on page 209 of the Green Book. If you go through it, it's agency 64, the State Patrol. But so on the page 210 and 211, it has some of the information about the different things. And one of the things that stood out is the crime lab costs, and then increase in criminal identification division staff. It says at the top of 211, the State Patrol states that over the past legislative sessions, multiple bills were passed that increased the volume of background checks required to be processed by the agency. When most bills were passed, the agency did not receive additional appropriations to offset these costs. So that's kind of where the crux of my concern comes from, is that when we do pass things and they require background checks, as this would, that it is going to cost. And so we need to be mindful of that. And the cost of, even though we are requiring whoever is getting the background check to pay for it, which is the same thing we do with childcare, even though there is a grant program for it, but the cost that we charge for background checks does not equate the cost of the full-time, the FTEs. And so there is that cost. That to me, though, is not the stumbling block. I don't mind there being that discrepancy, as you know, for keeping our children safe and secure in their schools. My concern is burdening the system. And anything we do that increases a burden on the background check system when the system is already very clearly overburdened, that is really where my concern lies. And as such, I'm honestly, I'm very, very opposed to doing that. And I don't even, my previous comments about the Boy Scouts aside, I like the Boy Scouts. I like the Girl Scouts. I don't know that there's a group on here that I don't like. It's not about the groups. It's about the propriety of what we're doing, and additionally the burden on the system for the background checks. We really are in a crisis across the state, as we heard in Senator Aguilar's community and my community, and Senator Ibach also spoke about it. We are in a crisis, a workforce crisis, and that is layered. And we have a workforce crisis in childcare workforce, and having a workforce crisis in childcare workforce leads to a workforce crisis in general workforce, because if we don't have anywhere to put our kids, we can't go to work. And so it all is interconnected, and it is problematic, and it is concerning. My additional concern is stepping in on local government's ability to regulate for themselves who comes into their buildings. So we have school boards, we have school policies, and there are schools that clearly have a policy that don't allow these groups to come in, any of them.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so we are circumventing that, their own policy that they purposefully have. They have it for a reason. And I'm not sure that this rises to the level of circumventing local control in the classroom, in the school system, in the state board. We have these policies for a reason. And I don't think that we, as the state, should be making a one-size-fits-all requirement across the state. And so if families within those school districts want to lobby to their local school board to change the policy, I think that would probably be a much more appropriate avenue to getting these groups into the schools. So I have additional concerns about time during the school day and school resources.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I stand firm in my opposition to AM 1558, but do support the underlying bill and amendment as has been put forward. You know, for those of us that were here last year, we remember Senator Sanders' bill, which was LB 1170, which is basically a bill that was mirrored to the current bill, this amendment that we're looking at, 1558. And if you look at the description, it was much of what you just heard when Senator Von Gillern described his bill, that they are promoting character development. But in her bill, she says, by providing patriotic organizations access to schools. I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again. This reminds me of the 1950s. This reminds me of when we were worried about communism and people invading our country that we were concerned about, and how we need to make sure that everybody that participated in the government process were indeed Americans. And that's not the times that we live in. We have access to better data. We know what we should and should not be scared of. But take that out of the picture. Forced access is not something that we need to be doing with our schools. As Senator Kavanaugh pointed out, and I pointed out when I told people that I was not in favor of this bill when it was first dropped, as I did with Senator Sanders' bill, is that you've excluded other organizations that could very easily be included. I appreciate Senator Ibach's support of the FFA. I don't think there's anybody that disagrees that the FFA is a negative organization, nor Boy Scouts, nor Girl Scouts, no Boys and Girls Club, but they're not the only organizations. I look at you, rural senators, you're okay with 4-H being left out of this? Gosh, I participated heavily in 4-H in school. And what you can say is, well, the schools still have the ability to let in whoever they want and don't want. Yeah, but you gave those other organizations priority over organizations like 4-H. Why do you need to do this? I don't want to hear about building character. I don't want to hear about how they're good organizations. They are indeed good organizations. That is not the issue. The issue is that we should not be telling schools in this instance who is more acceptable over what organizations are not as acceptable. And you may not think that that's what you're saying, but it's exactly what you are doing by putting it in state statute. This bill is not necessary. And I think it's really interesting if you read the transcripts from the previous LB 1170, there is also a motive behind this. And I think that the senator sitting on the board of the Scouts can probably tell you what that motive is, and it's that it's apparent that there have been some Boy Scout organizations that have not been allowed access to particular high schools. But that's their preference, that's their choice. They have people who sit on their PTAs, they have people who sit on their school boards. It's between the people that attend those schools and that school administration and those school board members. It is not our job to shove this down their throats. I don't understand in this body how we have become this group of people who feels it is now our job to tell each and every person in Nebraska how they should take care of their children, and how they should take care of their children, what is right, what is wrong, what books they should read, what health care they should seek. When did this happen?
1 minute.
This needs to go away. This has nothing to do with the senator. I know he feels very strongly about this, but it's not needed. This is forced access. You can keep saying all the kind things you want about these organizations, but you've left other good organizations out of it. Quit creating preference. And if you're having trouble getting into a school, this is not the way to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not interested in dragging out the conversation or the argument through all afternoon. I just do want to add just a couple of quick points of clarity, and possibly Senator Michaela Cavanaugh missed this. I know we're all involved in other conversations in the room at other times, but again, the State Patrol background checks backup. This bill will do nothing to exacerbate that backup or cause additional cost, because every organization already does background checks that are approved by the State Patrol. So that work is already being done. Now, that being said, maybe that in a whole different way is attributing to the backlog with the State Patrol, and I'd be happy to talk to Senator Cavanaugh about doing whatever we can to mitigate that in the future, not just for these organizations, but for every organization, because it sounds like it's a real problem impacting lots of people and lots of different organizations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to take a quick opportunity on the mic to explain my thinking in regards to why I was a no vote for LB 805 coming out of the Education Committee, and just wanted to also acknowledge and appreciate on the record collaborations and conversations with Senator Von Gilleren, who was trying to move this measure through the Education Committee, and I really appreciated his openness to dialogue and different perspective on this. And to be clear at the outset, this is without any sort of judgment in regards to the great list of civic entities and youth-serving organizations that have been a part of the dialogue thus far. And there's a broader, I think, even list than that from kind of the top lines that I've heard in the debate here today. I think that civic organizations are very important to ensuring active, healthy, social, emotional development and engagement. So this is not about giving a thumbs up or a thumbs down to any of the organizations on this list. And I know Senator Von Gilleren has been working really hard to kind of talk about his perspective in that regard. But my opposition is and remains really focused on three primary areas. First being legal, second being policy, and then the third being practical, or that from a parent's perspective. So one thing that I did want to inject into the debate, because it might help to address concerns with the fiscal note and the backlog at NSP for conducting background checks, whether that's for childcare or in this instance or otherwise. But one thing the body could consider perhaps to find some common ground is moving this materials distribution to just that, making it informational only for engagement materials to the students. And that would then remove perhaps the fiscal note in its entirety and address. You wouldn't have to do a background check on a flyer, right? So that would help to achieve Senator Von Gilleren's objectives with this measure, to get more information about scouting or other civic organizations into the hands of parents and students. But it would also address that practical consideration in terms of the fiscal note and the in-person presentation components. And I want to talk about, from a practical perspective, from a parent perspective, why I think, number one, this is already handled by local educational policy, but number two, why I think it's really important to also have strong consideration for information distribution only. We all know, anybody can tell you from what you hear in feedback from teachers in your school or parents in your district, is that we're asking our teachers to do a lot, and we're asking our students to do a lot. I am astounded as a parent with the level of testing that our elementary school students undergo, and the amount of pressure that that puts on teachers in terms of their lesson plans, and how little flexibility students and teachers have to explore different learning styles, to have more rich conversations for exploration or creativity. And I really feel like, thank you, Mr. President, that the scales have tipped too far, and we're asking them to test. And so every minute of that curriculum time is already allocated. And the time that the kids are at schools that is not curriculum time is already so limited. We need more recess, not less recess in our schools. We need more free play, free time, free exploration, extracurriculars, or just a minute to breathe. Then we do need stacking it up with additional presentations from civic groups, no matter how well-intentioned, to take away that curricular time or that non-instructional time, and information and presentations and distributions would help to address that practical concern as well. I'm going to talk just briefly about the legal and policy concerns and hit my light in again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Von Gilleren yield to a question? And I'll telepath the question first. It's about the it's about the background checked information.
Senator Von Gilleren, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I misheard the previous couple of times, and then I think I heard clearly this last time. So they currently do a background check, which is why you're saying that the fiscal note is inaccurate. But my question is it the same background check that would be required by the schools?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
In each one of those organizations, they already do the background checks, and it's a little confusing, so forgive me if I made it even more confusing. Because they already do those background checks, they're already utilizing the resources of the State Patrol, but it's not a function of coming into the schools. They do those background checks as a function of their own organizational processes.
Okay, and do all of the organizations that are on the list do that?
It's my understanding that yes, they do. The ones I'm most familiar with certainly do.
Okay, because that alleviates one of my concerns.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gilleren. So, of course, if this gets attached, then I will want to explore that a little bit more offline before we come to select on this bill. But that does alleviate a significant concern, because I really truly am, as I have stated numerous times already today, I am really worried about our childcare workforce system and anything that might divert resources away from helping us get that workforce up to speed and in the centers as quickly and safely as possible. And, just looking over the budget and kind of recalling when we did do an increase in, we changed some language in statute around sexual assault kit testing. Oh, I think it was in 2020. And I remember working on it with Senator McAllister. And we were able to increase the capacity, but still we still have the problem. You have to have the people. You have to have the people to do the testing. And so anytime we add any more pressure points to our state patrol and the crime labs or the background checks, that's gonna be a red flag for me that I'm gonna want to dig in on. So that's just kind of one of my idiosyncrasies, I guess you'd say, on policy. I still stand in opposition to this bill, though my main opposition, I think has been alleviated. I do fundamentally disagree with requiring the schools that currently have a policy prohibiting these groups from entering into the schools. And I know that there are other opportunities. I think Senator Conrad was just speaking about some of them, sharing information, sending home flyers. There's still opportunities to get the information to the families, but I do worry very much about our school resources and diverting away from anything related to school resources, time, and just the extracurricular time that the students have, or the free time that the teachers have, or the planning time. Every minute of the day is sort of carefully orchestrated. And so bringing in outside groups that without this required language and statute, the school districts might not otherwise do. And that to me is concerning. And it's really at the behest of the organization. I was reading the language and
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my second time?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I misplaced where I set that. So I probably will jump back on 15. Oh, and now I have the outdated amendment. So I will get the updated amendment to make sure that I'm speaking to the current amendment, because I was speaking to the previous amendment. And I will finish my thoughts on that time on the microphone. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just to continue, just generally to be clear for the record and other stakeholders, that this is a very principled opposition to the measure that Senator Von Gillerin has brought forward. I really appreciate how he's conducted himself in terms of dialogue and collaboration, and do think that at each iteration, the measure has continued to improve, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. The last piece that the last couple of ideas that I wanted to make sure to be clear about as well was that there's a host of other ways for these wonderful civic groups to get information out to students and parents to participate in their programming outside of giving presentations at schools. I know as a parent that I receive unsolicited emails about Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Little League, FFA, whatever it might be, any number of youth serving organizations. And I always wonder, how'd they get my email? But clearly there are lists that are available for purchase. There are also opportunities for different groups to get directory information from the schools that can be pursued and that have some parameters about how to go about that. But I know different groups across the political spectrum have utilized that for mailings in LPS and across the state. Many times that information is even free, as I understand it. And then, of course, there's good old-fashioned shoe leather approaches where you can take your flyers out and canvass the neighborhood, or you can distribute flyers at a shopping center or after church services. So there's a host of different ways to get this information to students and to parents outside of a government mandate in this regard. And so that's just another kind of practical consideration that I wanted to put out there. I can tell you that the committee's deliberation in regards to this measure primarily focused upon kind of striking the balance in between respecting local control and then having a consistent, uniform statewide policy, which is always a balancing act. But one, I felt that those policy arguments were compelling, and which prompted my no vote out of committee. And if you look not only at what your individual school district's existing policy might be for civic groups or other external groups to engage with students, You can also ask the representatives from the Nebraska Association of School Boards, who did a comprehensive statewide survey of their members. Now, not everybody responded, but they had a pretty darn good response. And it showed almost without fail that most districts already allow this kind of access under their existing policy. So really what this measure is about is it's about the state legislature leapfrogging over 2 large urban school districts that have a different policy. And that's really, in my heart, in my mind, where this policy debate should stay. The groups that are seeking this access should petition their local school boards to address their policies in this regard, rather than finding a state legislative solution or function in that regard. So I do encourage members to ask the NAS, the Nebraska Association of School Boards, for their survey in this regard. I do ask members to think carefully about whether or not this would be better suited to respecting existing local control instead of putting forward a uniform statewide policy, because it's really not an issue in Lincoln. It's really not an issue in many of our schools in greater Nebraska. There's 1 or 2 large school districts in Omaha for a host of reasons, the Omaha metro area, that have a different policy. And this is an attempt to leapfrog over that, which I think is a bit concerning, no matter how well-intentioned Senator Von Gillerin and his supporters are in terms of promoting civic and youth engagement opportunities. And I have no reason to question the intentionality behind their motives. And I think it is sincere, and I think it is authentic, and they're trying to do something positive. But I do want to lift those practical and policy considerations in regards to this measure as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to speak to my constituents and help build the record on this debate, and just share that I don't think it's appropriate for government to tell a school, a private school or a public school, what kind of organizations they have to require to come in and make presentations. That's it. There's no, but what if this organization's good? There's no, but what about all the good this group does? If the school can make this decision themselves. There's no law prohibiting them from doing that. And it's not the role of the state government to come in and say, these are the groups that you should allow to come in and make presentations. I trust our school administrators and our teachers and the families in our school districts to make that decision for themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. This is your final time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the right amendment. Yay. And I looked at the previous amendment that Senator Von Gillerin had pulled and looked at the current amendment. And thank goodness I have the right amendment, because some of my concerns were in the previous amendment but are addressed in the current amendment. Because I did talk about, it does on the current amendment on line 23 of page 1, it does clearly state may only be provided during non-instructional time. So thank you for that, Senator Von Gillerin. So my underlying concern about the actual bill remains that I just don't think that it's appropriate for the legislature to put this into statute, a requirement like this. I think that we should entrust in our local school boards and our local school districts to make policies that are a right fit for them. And I think local control when it comes to education is really important. And I personally covet local control for education, because I think education looks different in different settings. And so I remain opposed to the bill, but I just wanted to point out, and I appreciate that Senator Von Gillerin has taken up many of the concerns and addressed them. I also saw on page 2 of the amendment where it talks about the background checks, and it does clearly state, yes, that they are responsible for the costs associated with the background checks, and makes that exception, or that anyone convicted of a felony may be prohibited from representing a youth organization on the school grounds. So Even though I oppose the amendment, I want to acknowledge the work that Senator Von Gilliland put into this and taking the feedback and concerns of colleagues and incorporating them in where possible. So thank you for that, Senator Von Gilliland, and I will be this is what a gentle no looks like. A gentle no is a present not voting. I will not vote red on this amendment. It will be a gentle no. So thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak. This is your third time on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And thankfully, this is my third time. So I just haven't been able to get all of the information together in my last 2 points on the mic. So I'll be as quick as I can in regard to the final piece. We've talked about the practical considerations that I'm concerned about as a parent. Talk a little bit about the policy considerations I'm concerned about as a policymaker, but I don't want to let the other lens that I usually utilize when analyzing legislation go without giving voice to, and that's as an attorney. And so one thing that I think we were able to get a little bit more information about were some of the legal issues in relation to Senator Von Gilliland's measure. So as a civil rights attorney and having worked for many years on free speech, free expression issues, and particularly how they show up in our schools, and this is a very, very general outline, there's just generally kind of an understanding that if a school is going to open up its space for one group, it has to open up its space for all groups. Otherwise, you're going to get into kind of a viewpoint and impermissible kind of discrimination from a First Amendment perspective. And there's some really important, strong, clear case law from the Eighth Circuit, which of course governs Nebraska, in relation to some of these very matters from a sister state that took up a measure like Senator Von Gilliland's, and that caused, I think, some headaches perhaps for school administrators and the courts to kind of sort through, well, once they let in one group, what about all the other groups? And what does that mean in terms of ensuring neutrality in terms of viewpoint and ensuring that there was not discrimination? So the Attorney General provided his thoughts in that regard. I'm not sure I entirely agree with their analysis overall on all issues and matters, but it is one data point that we can look at for consideration. I would encourage members, though, who are interested in thinking and learning more about the legal aspects related to this measure, to look at the underlying case law from the Eighth Circuit that I did cite, which seems to kind of point in a different direction, I think, than what our Attorney General found. The other thing that I think is really important to note in that regard, just by requesting an Attorney General's opinion, we were able to do a closer look at the legislation. And to his credit, again, Senator Von Gilliland agreed that part of his original measure included a very vague aspect with existing law in relation to criminal penalties and how that would be applied. And he was very gracious about conceding and acknowledging that that was inappropriate and should be removed from the measure and the existing statutory framework so that we don't have a problem with impermissible vagueness from a criminal justice perspective based on that language as it existed. So I definitely would encourage folks to look at the underlying case law governing the Eighth Circuit, to take a look at the Attorney General's opinion as one data point, and it is just that, and wanted to thank Senator Von Gilliland for his openness in striking the criminal penalties component. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Clements, you're recognized to speak.
I'd like to speak in favor of AM 1558. A couple of years ago, Senator Brewer had a bill that he brought so that military recruiters could be in public schools because they weren't being allowed to go in and recruit. And we did pass that bill to require public schools to let military recruiters come in. If this was for a career education day, but it was a similar situation where we're requiring public school to allow an organization to be in the school. And so I think this has precedent, and I support AM 1558. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Von Gilleren, you're recognized to close on your amendment. He waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1558, request for a call of the House. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
20 ayes, 3 nays to go under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Dorn, Frederickson, DeBoer, Dover, and John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. The question is the adoption of AM 1558. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DK. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Not voting, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Harden. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Voted is 35 ayes, 2 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. I raise the call.
Mr. President, the next amendment to the committee amendments offered by Senator Merman, AM 1528.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to open.
I would like to yield my time to Senator Hughes to describe the amendment.
Senator Hughes, that's 9 minutes, 52 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Mr. President, I rise in support of AM 1528 to LB 705. I spoke to this a little bit this morning, but AM 1528 contains LB 585, which I introduced to provide our schools with greater flexibility in providing a more comprehensive behavioral and mental health training that focuses on suicide awareness and prevention. LB 585 is a tweak to our current law, which was championed by former Senator Amanda McGill Johnson. Suicide awareness and prevention training is an important part of the overall behavioral mental health programs in our public schools. And under the current law, Nebraska educators, school administrators, and staff are required to take an hour of training focused on suicide awareness and prevention. This is a great thing. However, the current interpretation of the law has had the unintended consequence of forcing our educators to sit through essentially the exact training year after year. LB 585 clarifies the intent of Senator McGill Johnson's original legislation and ensures that all school staff who interact with students receive this training. LB 585 also positions our schools to better provide a greater scope of training in covering a broader spectrum of behavioral and mental health that contribute to suicide in our youth. And it really comes down to local control. So if one of our school districts is seeing a particular issue with something that could lead to suicide, they can focus that awareness training on that particular issue. LB 585 was designated as a speaker priority bill. Thank you, Speaker Arch. And LB 585 had 9 people, including myself and former Senator McGill Johnson, testified in support of this bill, and no one opposed it. It was reported to the general file by the Education Committee in a vote of 8-0, and this bill has no fiscal impact. And I will also address Senator Halloran's comment that is this an unfunded mandate? And I would say no, because the unfunded mandate came in 2014 when it was originally introduced. So this is already on the docket for our schools to do. It just gives schools more local control, kind of a bigger umbrella of choices on what they will use for that suicide prevention training for their staff. Thank you, Chairman Merman, for the opportunity to advance LB 585 in form of AM 1528 to LB 705. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to rise quickly in support of AM 1528. The original bill, as Senator Hughes mentioned by Senator McGill Johnson, I think was a really strong bill and showed that we can help support our teachers in the classrooms when it comes to mental health crises. I think this amendment in this bill that Senator Hughes originally brought sort of expands on and improves the bill as it was originally written and ensures that the training is as effective effective as it can possibly be. So I think we can all relate to if we've ever had to do repetitive training or redundant training, we just kind of zone out after a little while. I think this bill sort of enables and allows for teachers to really, in school districts, to target specifically what types of concerns they're seeing individualized and on a idiographic level. So I think this is an excellent bill. I'm grateful to Senator Hughes for bringing this bill. Also grateful to Chair Merman for introducing this as an amendment, and would encourage a green vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Merman yield to a question?
Senator Merman, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Merman. I'm sorry, I missed the bill number that this underlying amendment is.
Yeah. I can get back to you on that. I don't have.
You know what? I will ask Senator Hughes. Thank you. Would Senator Hughes yield to a question?
Senator Hughes, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Hughes, what is the bill number?
It was 585 originally.
585. Okay. I probably should have asked you to begin with. I saw Senator Merman's name up there, so thank you. Thank you very much. I just, for those listening, I missed the initial bill number, and I always like to do my due diligence by looking through the committee statement. First of all, because the committee staff does a lot of work and their committee statements deserve some love and attention. So I always like to look at the committee statement. So thank you to the Education Committee. And anytime that we are attaching a new bill to an underlying bill, I think it's important that we take a moment to look it over and see what information we can glean from the committee statement. So it is helpful when we are adding these bills on to another bill or a committee package to have them had been kicked out of committee, because you do not get a committee statement with your bill unless your bill is kicked out of committee. So just addresses the duties of the state school security director. So sounds like a pretty straightforward bill. As you all know, I am, just generally speaking, taking a lot of time on everything. I know we have a few more amendments pending, so I probably won't take any more time on this so that we can get through the rest of the amendments. But I encourage people to take a look at the information that's being presented on these various amendments. And thank you to Senator Frederickson and Senator Hughes and Senator Merman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Merman, you're recognized to close on the amendment and waive closing. Senators, the question is the adoption of AM 1528. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1528 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Next amendment, Senator Walls. I have floor amendment 78 with a note to withdraw.
Senator Walls, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
No.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Senator Walls, withdraw FA 78. In that case, Senator Walls would offer AM 1531.
Senator Walls, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't hear you the first time very well, so I appreciate the clarification. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today, I am incredibly happy to introduce AM 1531 to the Standing Committee amendment. This amendment is another portion of my priority bill, LB 516. After the shooting that took place in Uvalde almost exactly a year ago, I asked former Nebraska Department of Education Commissioner Bloomstead to put together a school safety task force. This task force was made up of law enforcement officials, city leaders, public and private school educators, and concerned parents, and we met several times over the interim. The recommendations from all of these Nebraskans were presented in LB 516. However, there have been 2 of the 4 recommendations that we chose as priorities to move this bill forward this year. That is the continuing state funding of the Safe to Help hotline, which was included in AM 1468, and this amendment I introduced, which includes the recommendation that the state provide more assistance to school safety infrastructure. After the shooting at Sandy Hook, there was a Sandy Hook Advisory Committee put together to review how future incidents could be prevented. Overwhelmingly, the recommendations were to have each classroom have a lock that can be locked from the inside. However, beyond that, there are several other updates to school infrastructure that are needed. Those are included on the handout that I asked pages to send around. Year after year, we hear about tragedies that take place at schools. Schools are supposed to be a place where children and young people go to learn, be around friends, play sports, go to prom. The last thing our students should be worried about is their safety at the place that they're at 5 days a week. The fact of the matter is that none of us want to believe that something like this will happen in our state, but we have had a few incidents in Nebraska, and we need to be prepared for future incidents. My amendment creates the School Safety and Security Fund and puts $10 million from the cash reserve into it. I wanted to create a fund so that the future legislatures could put more money toward this fund if they see fit. Additionally, we are asking NDE to submit a report to the legislature so we can see what the money is being used for. I've also ensured that in that reporting portion of this piece of legislation, we maintain anonymity of schools. Some of the things that could be reported on are the number of schools receiving funding, how funds were being used, and the number of schools that were denied funding and why. This has been my top priority this legislative session. It is very disturbing and alarming to hear about tragedy after tragedy happening, especially when it comes to innocent children. We are in a unique position this legislative session to make a real investment in our student safety. While I know $10 million does not cover all the needs of the state, it does help us get started. That is why this amendment creates a fund, because the safety of Nebraska students will always be a priority of this body. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this amendment and this future grant opportunity. With that, I would ask for your yes vote on AM 1531, the underlying amendment, and LB 705. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I do rise in support of this amendment. I think, as we've spoken before, when we discussed LB 77, I've long believed that eliminating soft targets will be a major step forward in eliminating gun crime. When we provide for soft targets, there's a standing invitation for those who want to do bad things. And I think it's time that we take a serious look at how do we harden our schools. I think this is a great step forward. And for that reason, I'm in support of AM 1531. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 1531 and, of course, the underlying committee amendment in LB 705. In my previous career, I was a part of literally hundreds of school construction projects. Some of those were renovations, some of them were new construction and spanned over a period of 35 years. So I've seen this world change dramatically in that time period. And Senator Jacobson used the perfect term, and that is the hardening of the school structures. And that's everything from improved lock systems to electronic systems to camera systems to even visual aids for the the administrative staff and closed circuit televisions and so on. I was a part of a renovation project several years ago that actually had to separate two parts of the school. It was a very complicated kind of a Jenga puzzle or jigsaw puzzle to try and get things separated in order to secure the students from another part of the building that had a greater level of public access. So I've seen this in my own personal life, seen this change dramatically over the years, and have been pleased to have been a part of that process with many different school districts in both public and private schools. So it's obviously our first line of defense is protecting someone from that wants to do harm from ever entering the building. And I believe that Senator Wall's bill will help achieve that. So again, I stand in support of 1531. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't prepared to speak, so I'm going to look at the materials that Senator Walz had sent out. I had them readily available and speak on this on my next time on the microphone. But I do see everyone, and I know that Senator Walz mentioned this, that she had some handouts, LB 520, change provisions relating to Computer Science and Technology Education Act, and then school safety needs, and the Safe to Help Nebraska anonymous tip reporting for Nebraska school students. And I think that's it. I think that's all of them. Okay, well, I will get back in the queue and I will talk on it my next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do stand in support of AM 1531, but I need some clarification. I would ask that Senator Walz yield to a question.
Senator Walz, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Walz, can you walk me through the difference between this committee and the one that this legislature did in 2013? What were the difference in findings and the funding that was allocated to schools or will be allocated?
You'll have to remind me about the piece of legislation that was introduced.
So the Education Committee had a public hearing in December of 2013. I think it was 10 years ago. And I know that some schools did receive funding. I don't remember what the bill number was, but I clearly remember the hearing and that there were schools that received funding.
Mm-hmm.
So did we learn anything from that committee, or do we use that as a foundation at all for what we did next? That's the question that I have.
I don't think that we use that piece of legislation, but there were so many stakeholders involved in the meetings that we had over the summer that probably had some knowledge of that legislation that were able to give input on that.
Fair enough. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
I sincerely remember that we had addressed this before, and where were we at? Obviously, we weren't far enough. We know that.
Yeah.
And I think it's fantastic that we're doing this, but this is so much like what we continue to do, which is we see a problem and we kind of fix the problem, and then we kind of put it on the back burner. And then a couple of years later, we try and fix the problem as it grows bigger. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Can I
You absolutely
respond to that, please? I think the difference between this piece of legislation is that we're creating a fund. And that fund can be used year after year after year as the legislature sees fit. So if we see additional needs in schools, the fund is there to be used.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blood.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Walz. Senator Dover announces some guests in the North Balcony, fourth graders from Christ Lutheran School in Norfolk. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Walz would yield to a question or two.
Senator Walz, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Walz, this amendment, was that your original 516?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So in 516, when I looked it up, it's 20 million a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I clarify?
Yep.
It's not the original bill. We took out the top two priorities from my original bill, which were the Safe to Help hotline and then providing funds for infrastructure. So door locks, cameras, things like that.
So it also talked about in the original bill, talked about the annual cost associated with the Safe to Help was $870,000 per year. You removed that part?
The Safe to Help went into the package. I am introducing the rest of that bill as an amendment.
So is this a one-time appropriation?
This is a fund that we are creating. So it's a one-time appropriation this year, but it is a fund that we're creating. So if the legislature sees fit and finds that there are additional, safety needs that schools have to have, the fund is there to fund it if needed.
Okay. So I've been here nearly 7 years. And so this is how we start a program that is an ongoing obligation. So in your opinion, will we contribute another 10 million next year?
I don't think that 10 million is enough, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to go as far as it needs to go, especially for schools in rural areas. I can't answer that question for sure.
Okay.
But there is,
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So what'll happen here is we'll do 10 million this year, and then we'll have to do 10 million going forward. So be aware of the fact that when you vote for this and we put this in place, this is going to be an ongoing obligation. This won't be a one and done deal, okay? And I'm not saying it's not appropriate and it's not needed. I'm just saying when you get ready to vote, you need to understand what you're voting for. And so this isn't a one and done. This is a continuation going forward. So with that information, vote as you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Erdman, I was going to finish something, but I ran out of time. The other part of this bill is that there's going to be a report that has to go to the legislature every year. So we will know what the funds were spent on. If schools were denied, why. Just wanted to clarify that so you understood that there has to be a report that's given to the legislature on what the funds were used for. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no one else in the queue. Senator Walls, you're recognized to close on the amendment and waive that closing. Senators, the question is the adoption of AM 1531. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 A's, 1 A on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Next amendment to the committee amendments offered by Senator Frederickson, AM 1529.
Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am here to introduce AM 1529, which contains LB 222, which is a bill that will help adults and juveniles with criminal histories get the education and training they need to move on from their mistakes and contribute to our workforce. I want to thank Chair Merman and the members of the Education Committee for advancing this bill to general file earlier this year. LB 222 provides that no publicly funded college or university in the Nebraska shall, as part of its student application and admissions process, inquire about the criminal history of an applicant except as required by state or federal law or when such information is offered voluntarily. LB 222 only applies to the admissions process and does not cover other administrative applications, including on-campus housing or athletics. So Nebraska law currently prohibits public employers from asking an applicant's criminal record or history until the public employer has determined that the applicant meets the minimum employment qualifications. Fair chance hiring is good public policy because it provides opportunities for people to get their foot in the door, rebuild their lives, and contribute to our workforce. Pivotal to these employment opportunities is the ability to receive education and job training. The national unemployment rate among formerly incarcerated folks is 27%, according to the National Conference of State Legislators. Nebraska consistently has one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country, currently at around 2.6%. Governor Pillen has spoken to the need to ensure people exiting our prisons join the workforce and live productive lives. LB 222, as through the vehicle of AM 1529, will help that happen by removing a barrier to employment and allowing more employers to find the skilled workers that they need. So many institutions have already removed the criminal history question from their admissions process. Others I have spoken to, including the state colleges, tell me that removing this question will not be a problem as long as they can continue to ask the question for other purposes, including campus housing. We want to make sure that our college campuses can continue to keep everyone safe. And LB 222, and again, as the vehicle of AM 1529, will continue to allow colleges and universities to ask about criminal history and background checks beyond the admissions process. You will notice that there was a fiscal note on the bill from the University of Nebraska. I am happy to say that I worked with the university to amend the bill to remove the fiscal note. The amendment clarifies that this bill does not apply to inquiries occurring subsequent to the admissions and applicant process as part of a professional licensure process or an academically required clinical or field placement. With that, I ask you to vote green on AM 1529 and the underlying bill. I want to once again thank Chair Merman and members of the Education Committee for advancing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I rise today in favor of AM 1529. I just wanted to hop on real quick here to express some of the reasons that I think AM 1529 is so vital for our state. I want to applaud Senator Frederickson for his work on this. I know he worked incredibly hard on the bill in the first place, and then working on this amendment specifically, like he just said, to get it so there's no longer a fiscal note, I think is vital for us to pay attention to and to appreciate his hard work for that. The fact that this is going to have large-reaching effects on our state without costing us any money, I think makes this a no-brainer. One of the things that we know is that in order for actual rehabilitation to happen for folks who have served their time or have actually gone through probation and proven that they're willing to reintegrate into society, whether that's probation or parole, what we know is that it is vital for them to be able to be employed in order to continue operating as a contributing member of society and in order to sort of become a part of what they used to be again. I have personally worked with clients who have done more than enough to show that they've worked on treatment, whether that's substance use treatment or mental health treatment. They've done, maybe in some cases, years of probation. And so they've definitely proven that they're able to and willing to reintegrate into society in a positive way. But then they continue to run into problems with things like what we're talking about here. Education, in a lot of circumstances, is the silver bullet that I think can really help people reach their full potential. And if we are creating these artificial roadblocks to people actually getting the education that they need in order to become their best selves, I think we're doing a disservice to our state as a whole. I don't know the exact statistic, but I do know that a very high number of people with any kind of criminal history, the second they reach that question on the application, stop. And they don't fill out the application to even see if they would be eligible maybe for that schooling. And so what I think we should be doing is trying to make our state safer. And I think that we do that by reintegrating folks in a positive way, completing rehabilitation, and ensuring they can receive that education. Another component of this bill that I think is of particular importance is that there's been an effort made, I think, to balance that safety of the community in the colleges or universities, as well as the rehabilitative efforts. And so the fact that there are still those background checks that can be done for things like student housing, I think balances out any concerns people would have about safety and really does sort of put that check and balance on any concerns that folks might have about AM 1529. So again, I just wanted to rise in support. Education is a crucial and vital aspect of rehabilitation. And if people have served their time and done their best to sort of reintegrate through, again, probation or parole, we should be doing everything we can to encourage them to get an education, not to dissuade them from doing so. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes on 1529, and I'd yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of AM 1529. I did review the bill a little more in detail to understand all the nuances. I feel that it is well written. I think that when it comes to being admitted into classes, that's one thing. I don't see any issues here. When I was on the campaign trail, I did talk to 2 or 3 different convicted felons, and I can tell you that the real challenge that they have is how do we get integrated back in again if we've served our time? How do we get back into society? Now, I want to be clear. I think it's important to have the piece, the carve out as it relates to housing, that inquiry can be there, and I think that's very well thought out. And I compliment Senator Frederickson for having that in there. I'm also going to tell you that as an employer and certainly as a banker, that we're going to always want criminal background checks, because when it comes to hiring people, they've got to be bonded, and there's also issues with regard to someone that might have been convicted for some kind of fraud or any issue like that could be a little problematic for us. So there are certain occupations that we're going to have those issues. And I think in the criminal justice reform bill that came last year, there were some issues
his leadership and wanted to thank our colleagues for their strong voice in support as well. This measure came out of the Education Committee with strong support and is a measure that has previously been introduced and advanced in the Nebraska Legislature, but has run out of time for a variety of different reasons. So it's great to see Senator Frederickson pick up this measure and find a path forward for it. One thing that I wanted to talk about was just what this means in terms of removing barriers to accessing education for people who are system impacted, that have a criminal justice system impact on their record. And what we know is a couple of things, and it's important to put a finer point on this because we have the budget debate tomorrow, and then of course have smart justice reform measures that will be pending before this body over our remaining weeks together. But we know that Nebraska is consistently right at the top of that list, either 1 or 2, in terms of a prison overcrowding crisis. We also know that we have not taken smart justice reforms that have worked in our sister states that advance our shared public safety goals, and we do all share a commitment to public safety, also help us to ensure sound stewardship of the taxpayer dollars and have better outcomes and returns from a human rights perspective. When we right-size our criminal justice system, we can help to advance those measures. So not only is Nebraska a significantly overcrowded prison system, but we can't talk about mass incarceration without equally and as voraciously talking about racial injustice. And we know from the statistics that Nebraska has some of the highest disparities in the country in terms of our criminal justice system. So if we have yet to find the political will or consensus to do front-end sentencing reform, to make additional changes and investments to the prison system for people's period of incarceration, perhaps one area where we can find more consensus is around reentry. And second chances and the belief that everyone is entitled to redemption and an opportunity to succeed after they've paid their price to society, after they've done their time. And so when we look at collateral consequences, we're looking at removing barriers to things beyond that period of incarceration or term of sentence, to include things like restrictions on voting rights, barriers to housing, barriers to education, barriers to public benefits. The list literally goes on and on. I've asked legislative research to put together an inventory of collateral consequences that we assess in Nebraska in addition to and outside of our criminal code. And folks, when you see this research that they've put forward, it's jaw-dropping. It's literally an Excel spreadsheet, single space, front and back, copied, maybe an inch thick. So keep that in mind. Because of this war on drugs, tough on crime mentality that has been part of our policymaking in Nebraska and our sister states for many decades, not only do we have a mass incarceration and racial injustice crisis, but we've exerted so many additional punitive measures and additional restrictions on those who have already served their time. Thank you, Mr. President. Well over 90% of those who enter our criminal justice system will return to our communities. And the more opportunities we have for pro-social activities like job training, like employment, like education, like access to the safety net, the more opportunities that we have for returning citizens, it advances our shared public safety goals. It reduces recidivism. It helps to ensure that we don't have to continually build and build and build new prisons because we're breaking cycles of recidivism. This is one small and important piece in that puzzle, and I really want to thank Senator Frederickson and the other senators for moving this forward so that we can increase access to higher education for more people so that they can contribute to our communities in a thoughtful, productive way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 709, the mainline AM, but I do rise opposed to Senator Frederickson's amendment. I am grateful for the debate today, and I understand why you'd be on either side of this. I do want to share the lived experiences in my area with Peru State College and why I have some real concerns about colleges not at least asking the question and getting notified before they're letting students into their college campuses. So I want to tell you about someone named Joshua Keetle. So in 2008, Joshua Keetle was on a football scholarship at Midland Lutheran. Now it's Midland University in Fremont. He raped a 15-year-old in his college dorm. He transferred down to Peru State, and in December 2010, after also being accused of rape earlier that year on the Peru State College campus, Ty Thomas, a really popular cheerleader and bright member of the Peru State College community, disappeared, and she was never heard from again. In 2012, Joshua Keetle was convicted of raping that 15-year-old at Midland Lutheran, and he was convicted in 2020 of killing Ty Thomas. Now, I question in this case, given the overlapping of the accusations and the flux of when he was in college and when the crimes occurred, that maybe checking a box on an admission sheet wouldn't have made a difference in this case. But I do worry. This guy was convicted of, I believe, first-degree sexual assault, second-degree murder. He's going to be eligible for parole in 2054. He could very well get out. He has a tendency to be drawn to college girls and sexual misconduct on college campuses. The disappearance of Ty Thomas had nothing to do with whether or not he was in campus housing. It was a very opportunistic murder. And I worry that as he is trying to reintegrate or do whatever in terms of coming back into society, that him and people like him could exploit this loophole in order to victimize more young women on college campuses. I see absolutely no harm in the colleges asking the question and looking into the background of the people that they're going to be letting on campus. I understand people's concerns with asking the question and how that might prevent people from applying in the first place, but I mean, I remember when I was, I would have been about 13 years old, walking around our property out in the country outside of Peru because we were asked by the sheriff's office to look over our land in the country to see if there was a body or any evidence of the crime out there. So that's my lived experience. That's why I'm opposed to this AM. I'm really grateful to have Senator Frederickson as a friend and a colleague, but I just come at it from a slightly different perspective, and I'm grateful for everybody taking the time to listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Van Gillern, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Frederickson would yield to a question or two.
Senator Frederickson, will you yield to some questions?
I will.
Thank you. Senator Frederickson, I just want to make sure I understand. This eliminates a requirement for notification during the application process. Can you tell me what changes actually physically occur on campus? I think you mentioned housing. What about physically attending classes or school activities? Does it change anything from a university or a college process there?
So yeah, I appreciate that question. So part of one of the amendments we actually filed on this bill was to specify, so public safety is obviously of utmost importance. We want to ensure that our colleges remain to be safe for all students. So that is why we added this amendment. So housing is excluded from this bill, athletics are excluded. So on-campus type of extended on-campus stays or interactions are obviously going to be not exempt from asking this question. In terms of attending classes, I mean, if a student is admitted, this wouldn't change anything. A student could attend class in person as per any other admission. But for any student who's going to be living on campus, extended periods on campus, participating in athletics, that's included in this.
So if I have a child that's sitting in class and there's a felon sitting next to them, post the passage of this law, should it become law, does anything change about that? Are there any notification changes, anything different that will happen at that point? Is it more likely that that individual will be in a classroom or not?
So this would not change this would not increase the likelihood of that. I mean, there's possible that that's occurring today and that could occur in the future, but this is strictly for the admissions decision process.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I've got it calculated correctly, this has got to be like 21 bills in this Christmas tree bill. Amazing. Senator Frederickson, do you yield to a question or two?
Senator Frederickson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Frederickson, are the universities or the colleges asking that question today about their background before they let them enroll today?
So not all of them are, but some currently are.
So it's not a requirement that they do that?
That they ask, no.
So then why do we need to change the statute if some do it and some don't?
So the goal of this bill is to ensure that folks are able to, that there's nothing that is an additional barrier to folks who are looking for opportunities to get back in the workforce, achieve higher education. We want to remove any additional barriers to that.
So if I make application to a school that checks my background and they don't let me in, wouldn't it be the next step for me to take is go to a school that doesn't ask?
That's possible. We're also modeling off of, in Nebraska, we passed this the law a while back for public employers to, it's called Ban the Box. So this is sort of modeled off of that model, essentially.
Okay. I guess, thank you for answering that. I guess what I conclude from those remarks is there are schools that do it now and schools that don't. Looks like it's their choice. I don't know why we need to pass a statute to make it so everybody don't have to. I think they already can do that. I think this is a solution looking for a problem. I'm not going to vote for 1529. I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1529. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 5 nays on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1529 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Vargas would offer AM 1555.
Senator Vargas, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, colleagues. This bill, and I just want to touch on a little bit of the history, and I want to thank the Education Committee for voting this bill out. This is a bill that has seen a long history, has been voted out of the Education Committee twice, both those first times unanimous, and this time with one no vote. It is an update to various sections of due process within the Student Discipline Act so that there is fairness in communication in parents and families. A little bit of the background here, 1976, the Student Discipline Act was created because what had preceded was deemed unconstitutional by the Nebraska courts. Without any rules about any dismissal, students were being treated differently from school to school or from district to district. This act continues to be the opportunity and the responsibility to assure protection for all elementary and secondary school students. And we want to make sure that this law continues to make sure that is updated in recognition of the right for every student to an education. But what we've seen over years is that when we don't update provisions of law to make sure the original intent or mission, what we have is a lack of updated statutes. My office has worked with several attorneys in the education law space that have had experience navigating Student Discipline Act with families across Nebraska and why these very pragmatic updates are necessary and what the effects on the current law has had on students and families. From a cleanup perspective, we try to include reasonable additions like making sure parents are told where to request a hearing and setting some timeframes for certain actions to happen. There are also a couple of changes that also would allow parents to request one new hearing officer if they're actually in the hearing officer component and process within the school discipline process. Another change would explicitly allow homework and classwork completed during suspension and hearing process to count towards credits earned, because some school districts accept credits earned while some others do not, which creates a bigger problem for students who are expelled and fall farther and farther behind. Again, this version, LB 774, is actually, and this amendment is the third version of the bill. We introduced this in previous legislative sessions, introduces LB 999 and LB 515. What we did is we worked on a lot of this legislation through an interim study. We convened group stakeholders from the Council of School Administrators, the school boards, the Department of Education, NSCA, Voices for Children, and it produced the language which is in front of you to make sure that represents that agreement made with everybody to move forward on this bill. I am asking for your support, and I want to thank again the committee for supporting this bill and the past committee chairs, specifically Chairwoman Walls and Chairman Groney, for voting these bills out unanimously in the past 8-0. And this is something that I want to make sure that we can update these really simple, pragmatic changes. And I appreciate all the work for the members of the committee in the past that have been working on this issue for more than 5 years. With that, I ask your support for Amendment 1555. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I changed my calculation to 22. Another bill has been brought up. I wonder if Senator Vargas yield to a question.
Senator Vargas, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Vargas, in your amendment, it says such guidelines shall not require the student to attend the school's district's alternative programs for expelled students in order to complete classwork and homework. So are they currently requiring students to attend their alternative schools?
There are some schools that are requiring individuals to attend alternative schools. The solution that we're trying to come up with this language that we've worked on is to make sure that the other options that are available to students will count towards making up the missed work and the credits lost. The goal and intent is that we're not making it harder for students to make up this gap in what they lose with being suspended in long-term suspension. So we wanted to make it much more broad so that they can complete that coursework.
Okay, so what, in your opinion, is wrong with making a student attend the alternative school programs in the schools?
Because there are other options available beyond the current alternative program. And so by only making that alternative program the only option, there are other programs that are available in other areas, specifically
such as
around, well, it depends by school to school and district to district. But the goal we're trying to do is to make sure that we are not closing off the other available programs that exist in areas and be more nimble. And so that was the language that we worked on back in 2019 and 20 with the different stakeholder groups, so it was much more flexible.
So have we tried this amendment or this bill in the past?
We have, it just did not pass onto making it into law.
Okay, so the opportunity presented itself today with the other 22 bills that are in this bill. It was a great opportunity to attach one more bill. Would that be a fair synopsis?
We are pressed for time, and this is a bill that got out of committee and has gotten out of this committee now for the third time. So we're trying to be, and I'm trying to be nimble with good legislation that we've worked on and has gone through an iterative process. So trying to do that on behalf of people across Nebraska and families.
What was the vote in committee when it came out?
This vote was 5 in support, 1 no, and 2 that were present not voting.
So you had just barely 5, that was what you required to make it to the floor?
There were a few members of the committee that still didn't have enough information, that were newer members of the committee that weren't on the Education Committee in the past. But the members that were on the committee for the past several years, including Senator Linehan and Senator Sanders that have been part of the negotiation on this in the past, they voted for it and supported it and have voted for it and supported it in the past.
Okay. This may be an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you remember what the opposition was and what they had to say about it?
Yes, I do. So the opposition was a misunderstanding of a main component of the bill having to do with hearing officers. They brought up in committee a few administrators that they thought we were requiring in the hearing officer process, that they were requiring 5 hearing officers to be provided if a parent so requests it. That is not what this bill does. This bill, one component would be if you are in the hearing process, which is your child is trying to appeal some sort of student discipline, and you do
1 minute,
you get 1 hearing officer and you request another one, you only get 1 other option, and it's on the parent to request that. That was the misunderstanding, and that was something that we addressed.
Thank you. So in conclusion, it probably is safe to say that these people are failing because of truancy. And so it give them an opportunity that they don't have to go to school. We're going to say that they're going to be okay because they can take alternative opportunities to take classes and do the work they have to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching people to show up when they're supposed to be there. I think this is another bill that's looking for it's a problem looking for a solution. So I'm not voting for this one either. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Vargas and Erdman. There's no one else in the queue. Senator Vargas, you're recognized and waive closing. Senators, the issue is the adoption of AM 1555, All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
25 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1555 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, I have AM 843. I have nothing further on the committee amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to close on AM 1468.
Well, I just thank everyone for listening so far today, and I appreciate your green vote on AM 1468. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1468. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have all those voted who wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
35 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on adoption of the committee amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, I've got AM 843, FA 35, and FA 36, all from Senator Merman with notes that he wishes to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh will move to amend with FA 80.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this one strikes the enacting clause. No. Oh, strike section 1. All right, strike section 1 of the, I think of the bill that we, or the amendment that we just amended into LB 705. So whatever that is, there you go. It's arbitrary because, you know, I'm just taking time. So, colleagues, this is going to be a series of amendments, and feel free to catch up on reading the budget or your correspondence, what have you. I am just taking time, as I have been committed to do the entire session. We had several amendments pending on the underlying committee amendment today, so I wanted to take a step back and allow the conversation to happen around those amendments and allow the votes to happen around those amendments. So, so I'm just popping back up now to chat, as it were. I mentioned earlier, but I think it's worth repeating the committee statement. I think this is the first major education committee bill that's been brought to the floor. So I want to give some props and some love to the education committee staff for their hard work, because there are numerous bills that we just put in to that package. Let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, plus I think we amended 4 more, 22 bills. Whoo. Now, normally in a situation like this, I would consider dividing the question, but there was such robust conversation about the bill itself. And part of the reason, there's a couple of reasons to divide the question. One is you genuinely want to take something out or amend something in to the larger package of bills. So that's one reason to divide the question. Another reason to divide the question is to take up time. Another reason to divide the question when you have such a massive package of bills is to force people to talk about the bills. And since people were just naturally talking about the bills, there wasn't really a need to divide the question. But when we have bills that are this large, that have now 22 bills amended together, when we have that large of a package, it would be nice to have more debate on all of the underlying bills. So that's fine. I will just go one by one. I got them in here in my binder here. So we've got LB 153. This is Senator DeBoer's bill. And let's see here. I'm going to skip through to the committee statement here. It's got an amendment. Okay, LB 153 voted out 8-0. It had no opposition. It was Senator DeBoer and then Jason Chapman from Twin River Public Schools, Jack Moles, Nebraska Rural Community School Association, Greater Nebraska School Association, Denuxi Grisera with Stanford Schools, Kobe Koash with Nebraska Association of School Boards, Nebraska School Board Association, Nebraska School Education Association, Greater Nebraska School Association, Addison McDonald with ARC Nebraska, Richard Hasty, Platt Smith Community Schools. LB 153 would provide additional funding for special education in circumstances where the increase in costs is justly justify doing so. Great. Okay, and then we've got 356 is the next one. Oh, wait. First, let's see here. There's a whole bunch of letters. So there's a lot of letters in support of LB 153, and then some testimony in support. Okay, then LB 356, let me get to that. And that is an education committee bill. And that also came out 8-0, and it was, wait, is that right? 356, introduced by Senator Walz, Mike Baumgartner, Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, Treva Haggard, Council for Independent Nebraska Colleges, would amend 85-1906 by changing the definition of the term located in Nebraska, and would amend 85-1907 by changing the definition of the term eligible student. All right, so pretty straightforward, mostly technical cleanup bill. LB 372. Let's see here. LB 372 is introduced by the chair of the committee, Senator Merman. And just trying to locate my committee statement here. Okay, LB 372 did not come out unanimous. It was 7 in support and 1 present not voting, Senator Wayne. It had a lot of opponents. LB 372 would allow for part-time enrollment of school district school boards may allow part-time enrollment of students who are not residents of the school district. Students who are residents of the school district but not enrolled in public school to participate in extracurricular activities in accordance with the standards set forth in this bill. I'd be curious why Senator Wayne was present not voting. I mean, I have my own thoughts on that and concerns, but there we have it. It's in the bill. So that one was 372. Okay. I'm going to not go any further into the bills in the list just yet because I think that's a good start. And hold on, this is going to make a sound. There we go. Opening my binder. I had something out of order. Okay. So I want to dig in on those first few bills that I was just discussing. We'll go back to those, see what they are. I mean, obviously, Senator Walz's bill that changes two definitions is probably not one that we can dig in to a great extent. So, oh, look at me. I skipped LB 705, the underlying bill. Okay, let's look at the fiscal note for LB 705. And of course, there will be a new fiscal note for the entire bill when it gets to select file because we have amended so many bills onto it. We will then have a new fiscal note, and as such, the current fiscal note will be obsolete. But for the time being, I'm going to look at the current fiscal note. So LB 705, change provisions for the distribution of lottery funds used for education, transfer powers and duties, create new acts and funds, and change education provisions. It had an opponent, Jeff Cole, Beyond School Bells of Nebraska Children and Family Foundation. Interesting.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so LB 705 amends several sections to change the distribution of lottery funds for educational purposes. After the payment of prizes and operating expenses and the $500,000 being transferred to the Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund, the remaining balance will be distributed as follows: 44.5% education, 44.5% Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund, 10% State Fair Board, and 1% Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund. Okay, I am going to have a question for somebody from appropriations. Perhaps the chairman, if he's going to be available. I'm just going to let Senator Clements know. I'm going to ask him this question my next time on the mic. But this bill says that 44.5.
That's your time.
Thank you.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Okay, thank you. So this bill, the fiscal note for 705, says that 44.5% of the money from the lottery goes to, after the $500,000 to compulsive gambling, the remainder goes to the Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund. And my question that I'd like to ask the chair of the Appropriations Committee, would Senator Clements yield to a question?
Senator Clements, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So I've been sitting here during this debate reading over your wonderful work product of the budget. Thank you. What color would you describe? What's the name of the color this year?
Electric green.
Electric green. I was going to say Martian green or alien green.
Oh, Martian green.
Martian
that's right.
green.
It
Okay.
is Martian green.
Martian green. Thank you, Senator Dover. I call that phoning a friend. So I was reading it over. Am I understanding correctly that we would be, and maybe this was just hearsay because I haven't gotten to it yet, but are we taking the money in the Environmental Trust Fund and putting it elsewhere?
There is a transfer from the Environmental Trust Fund to the Department of Natural Resources, and they do annually request money from the Environmental Trust. And they usually have to go through a process, and we give them extra points so they always qualify. So rather than going through that process, they're getting a direct distribution, which also has requirement to say that they must spend the money according to the rules of the Environmental Trust Fund spending requirements. So it will still be spent under the normal environmental trust regulations.
So with this money in the lottery that we are designating to the environmental trust fund, will that also be part of it? I honestly don't know. Are we transferring the whole amount in the environmental trust fund, a portion of the
No,
fund?
just a, well, somewhat small, $14 million, and I'm not sure what the whole trust fund is. It's not the whole trust fund at all. Whatever the lottery funds are goes to the environmental trust. And then I believe it's $14 million that's going to be allocated to Department of Natural Resources directly rather than having them go through the grant process, but they still will have to spend it under the normal rules of requirements of spending environmental trust money.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just saw that on the fiscal note here, so it sparked the question. So I appreciate you letting me put you on the spot. Okay. All right. So back to the fiscal note on LB 705. So we've got the lottery. This is all about the lottery fund. So 500,000 is transferred to the compulsory gamblers assistance fund, and that's something that I believe has been longstanding. I don't know if the amount is longstanding, but I know that the revenue, when we started having lottery funds, it was important to make sure that we were funding this compulsory gamblers fund. So that's why we have that automatic 500. And then the remaining, the percentages are of the remaining funds, which I don't actually know how much revenue we get annually or anticipate. We've got statutory earmarks in here. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere, if there is a revenue estimation. This is a long fiscal note, not as long.
1 minute.
Thank you, as consumption tax, but still, that's a long 12 pages. It's a 12-page fiscal note. I think consumption tax had something like 26 pages, or epic tax, sorry, the epic tax. So I'm just trying to see if there is anywhere in here that estimates how much money we're actually talking about beyond the 500,000. Okay, if adopted as introduced, funds would be distributed as follows. And this is on the introducer's statement of intent. So Nebraska Opportunity Grant Act, 15 million. Community College Gap Assistance Program Fund, 1.7 million. Door to College Scholarship, 244,000. Career Readiness and Dual Credit, 489,000.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue, and that's your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Competitive Innovation Grant, 4.1 million. Mental Health Training, 367,000. Behavioral Training Cash Fund, 2.3 million. So I don't know if you add all that up, it's fun. This would be way too quick a math for me. Probably, I'm gonna say over 20 million. It's over 20 million. Probably over 20 million, under 30 million. $10 million spread there. It doesn't have, if adopted, it doesn't have the environmental trust portion of that in here. Okay, through fiscal year 2022-23, the money available for education will be transferred to the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. Okay, so that's a distribution within the Education Improvement Fund. Okay, so that's 44, skipping around here. All right, 44.5% of the revenue, the lottery revenue, goes to education, and that is the breakdown of education. Got it. This bill does not account for any other parts of the money, only the 44.5% of the education parts, but 44.5% also goes to the Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund. So of 44.5% of the lottery funds is approximately between 20 and 30 million. I'll do the math eventually and figure out how much that estimated breakdown is. It's not on any of the, wait, here we go. Okay, $23,550,566. Great. In FY 23-24. So that is how much is, oh, that's an expenditure. But what about the revenue side of it? So education, that's the education expenditure. Well, assumedly the revenue would be matched, but it doesn't have revenue going in. Ah, ha, ha. Thank you. 14 million.
7 and 7.
7 and 7. Okay, this is what's in the budget. I love phoning a friend. Thank you, Senator Clements. That's 7 million this year and 7 million next year in the environmental trust transfer. Okay, so how much time do I have?
2 minutes, 1 second.
Ooh, okay. I was really hoping you were going to say 1 minute, 48 seconds, because that seemed to be where I got every time I asked last week was 1 minute, 48 seconds. Okay, so, well, I will just read this because flipping back and forth and trying to find the information, if I just read it, maybe we will find it together. Okay, so LB 705 amends several sections to change the distribution of lottery funds for educational purposes after the payment of prizes and operating expenses and the $500,000 being transferred into the Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund. The remaining balance will be distributed as follows: 44.5% to education, 44.5% to Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund, 10% to Nebraska State Fair Board, 1% to Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund. Okay. After the payment. So we do two different distributions.
1 minute.
Thank you. To the Compulsive Gamblers Assistance Fund. We do the 500,000 before we do any other distribution, it appears, and then we do an additional 1%. Interesting. Okay. For FY 22-23, the 44.5% of lottery funds allocated for education will be transferred to the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. For FY 23-24 through FY 27-28, the 44.5% of lottery funds allocated for education will be transferred into the following funds: 9.5% Behavioral Training Cash Fund, 2% Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Fund, 7% Community College Gap Assistance Program Fund, 17% Department of Education Innovative Grant Fund, 1% Door to College Scholarship Fund, 1.5% Mental Health Training Cash Fund, 62% Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund.
That's your time, Senator, and you're recognized to close on FA 80.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. 62% Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund. Okay, so colleagues, as I am doing this, I've got two options. I can do a call. Well, I don't have two options. I have a lot of options. I'm entertaining two options. One is I do a call of the House when my motions, or when I run out of my times, when I do my closing, and I do a machine vote, or I don't do a call of the House, but I do a roll call vote. So I prefer to do the call of the House because frankly, it's easier on staff to not have to do a roll call vote all of the time, though they don't complain about it, mind you. They are very gracious of doing the roll call vote, but I do like to be mindful of their vocal cords, if not my own, at least. I can be mindful of somebody else's. So I probably will do a call of the House. If that fails, then I'll just switch to doing purely roll call votes. So that's just kind of, I like to externally share my plan so people can plan accordingly for what they want to do. And also then if you don't want to come back for calls to the House, I would recommend that you check out. And if you're not on the floor, but you're watching and you don't want to come back for a call of the House, then you should probably call the clerk's office and check out, because once the call of the House has been initiated, then you can't check out, which I learned a couple weeks back when we had election night and somebody forgot to check out. So that's just some housekeeping for you all to keep in mind as you navigate your late afternoon. It is 4:00. One of the things with when you're taking a significant amount of time to talk is it really kind of takes a while to like get into a groove of what you're going to talk about. And I spent like the first several hours of today listening to debate, which was really, truly delightful. But I didn't really get into the groove of like, what am I going to talk about? How am I going to approach today? So I'm just now kind of getting into my groove. And I think the fiscal note is going to be what I focus some attention on this afternoon, because it is 12 pages, as I said, and I'm only halfway through page 1. So there we go. And I believe cloture on this is going to be after dinner. So we've got about an hour and a half left, and then we break for dinner, and then we come back. And when we come back, we have 55 minutes or something like that left. So, okay. Back to the fiscal note. So for FY 28, 29, and each fiscal year thereafter, the 44.5% of lottery funds being allocated for education shall be transferred as the legislature directs. An unspecified amount of the lottery funds transferred may be used by the agency that is administering the funds for which the transfer is made for actual and necessary expenses incurred by the agency for the administration, evaluation, and technical assistance related to the transfer of lottery funds. The balance of the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund on July 26, 2023, less than 3% of the lottery funds received for the fourth quarter of FY 22-23 will be transferred into the newly created Behavioral Training Cash Fund. The fund will be administered
1 minute.
Thank you. By the Nebraska Department of Education, with the funds being transferred to the ESUCC for the purpose of coordinating training and administer the teacher support system in compliance with the Behavioral Intervention Training and Teacher Support Act. Okay. The Mental Health Training Cash Fund is created. The fund will be administered by NDE. The fund will be administered by NDE, will consist of money received from allocated lottery funds and also any money appropriated by the legislature. NDE will establish a mental health training grant program. Mental health training grants awarded will be funded from the Mental Health Training Cash Fund. A grantee will be a school district or an education service unit, ESU. The Door to College Scholarship Fund is created. CCPE will administer the fund.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you. Call of the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
8 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All senators outside the chamber, unexcused, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call.
Either one works. They're both wrong. That's all good.
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Few more. Did you have a nice weekend? It was. Oh, yeah. I'm like a real cliche of a person now. Whenever I do these interviews about craziness, I'm like, no, I'm not very vanilla, heterosexual, cisgender, white woman. They just live for that.
They give you a report at the end of the year. No, we get bonuses. They fight for who gets to come over here.
And then other one, I didn't go to her name because I was at the birthday. But she's still and then the one is from preschool
Senators Frederickson, Bostar, Moser, Sanders, and John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call.
My microphone's still.
All unexcused senators are now present. The question is the adoption of FA 80. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 32 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of FA 80.
The amendment is not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, amendment to be printed from Senator Von Gillern to AM 491. Concerning LB 705, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote just taken on FA 80.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I got a text from somebody saying that my mic was still on and I was talking to one of the pages about soccer games over the weekend. So I hope you all were entertained by that. And please don't tell my oldest child that I called her game a bloodbath. Okay. But it kind of was. So, and my youngest, he scored 4 goals at micro soccer, and every time he's 4, every time he like was swapped out, he came and ran. My husband coaches the team, and he's really doing an excellent job on conditioning these 4-year-olds, and teaching them technique. He has a lot of patience, but every time my son, it wasn't his turn, he would come and run and sit on my lap off to the sides, and he would turn to the couple sitting next to me and tell them about how great his team was doing. I don't think he was paying any attention to the fact that they were parents of the opposite team. So it did seem a little bit like he was, rubbing it in. But he's 4. I don't think he understood that at all. And so I kept saying, oh, everybody's doing good. Like, everybody's playing well. And he's like, we're playing really good. We're playing much better than the other team is playing. So, but next week, it'll all be different on their micro soccer. So yes, we had a weekend of soccer games, and then my oldest has a soccer game tonight. Ooh. Now, normally they have soccer practice on Tuesday nights, but that is being superseded by a rescheduled game that was, I don't think it was rained out. I think it was a day that it like just snowed one morning a couple weeks ago. So that soccer game had to be rescheduled. Anyways, I was talking about how I'm just like a boring old, not old, I'm not that old, but I'm a boring, just Midwestern soccer mom. Back to the fiscal note on the underlying bill of LB 705. Oh, yes. So thank you all for voting against FA 80 because it struck Section 1, which I don't even know what Section 1 was. Again, a gentle no is that you just don't have to vote against it. It needs 25 green votes to get adopted. So just keep that in mind. Senator John Kavanaugh, who voted against my floor amendment, thank you very much. You could have just been PVM. But again, awkward car ride home. The fiscal note. Okay, so the Door to College Scholarship Fund is created. CCPE will administer the fund, which will consist of amounts transferred from the State Lottery Operation Trust Fund prior to July 1, 2028, as well as any money appropriated or transferred by the legislature and gifts, grants, or bequests from any source, including federal, state, public, and private sources. All amounts accruing to the Door to College Scholarship Fund will be used to carry out the Door to College Scholarship Act. The Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program and the Career Readiness and Dual Education Cash Fund are created. The program will be administered by the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, CCPE. I'm glad it defines that because on the previous page it referenced CCPE and I was like, what is CCPE? Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, CCPE. The CCPE consultation with NDE, the Nebraska Department of Labor, and any advisory committee established by the commission for the following purposes: create and establish teacher education pathways, enabling the instruction of dual credit courses and career and technical education courses, correlate and prioritize teacher education pathways with Nebraska workforce demand, establish a grant program beginning on or after July 1, 2023 to distribute money from the Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Cash Fund to teachers enrolled in education pathways leading to qualification to teach dual credit courses and career and technical education courses. Establish a directory of available teacher education pathways in Nebraska identified by sequence and location on December 31, 2024, and each December 31 thereafter, electronically submit an annual report on grants awarded to the Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program Act to the Clerk of the Legislature. The report will include, but not be limited to, the number and amount of grants awarded. The post-secondary educational institutions attended by grant recipients, and information regarding the completion of instructor requirements to teach dual credit courses and career and technical education courses. Going to stop there for a moment. Reports. I've talked about this before, and I know you all are just hanging on every word I say over probably like 300 hours at this point. So reports. On the legislative website, on the left-hand side, there's like a toolbar basically of things, and there are reports. So when it says a report will be filed with the clerk, that is your go-to place to find said reports. And in another life, my first year in the legislature, when I sat here and didn't talk all the time and listened to floor debate, I also, when I would, get kind of bored, I would look at reports and read reports. So a lot of work goes into those reports. We pass a lot of statute that requires those reports. And so I figure I should go look at them. So when we talk about a report to the legislature, to the clerk of the legislature, ultimately I'm being presumptive here, but I presume that it will go to the reports page on the clerk's on the legislature's website. I actually don't know for certain. I don't know what the criteria are for whether or not the clerk's office puts a report on the website or doesn't put it on the website. As far as I am aware, any report that I've ever been expecting to receive has been placed on the website. So I'm not aware of any report that we would receive that hasn't been placed on the website. But as always, I'm willing to stand for correction. Okay. So reports. Then beginning in FY 23-24, the Educational Service Unit Coordinating Council, ESUCC, will ensure that annual behavioral awareness training is available statewide and develop, implement, and administer an ongoing statewide teacher support system. By the way, they use the Oxford comma, just FYI. Someone in fiscal likes the Oxford comma. On and after July 1, 2023, all powers, duties, and functions that NDE has concerning the Excellence in Training Act prior to such date will be transferred to the CCPE. Again, they use the Oxford comma. On July 1, 2023, all documents and records of NDE pertaining to the duties and functions under the Excellence in Training Act will be transferred to the Commission and will become the property of CCPE. On or before July 1, 2024, and on or before July 1 of each year thereafter, each district will submit a behavioral awareness training report to the ESUCC. The report will include the school district's behavioral awareness training plan, summarize how the plan fulfills the requirements. On or before December 31, 2024, and each December 31 thereafter, the ESUCC will submit a report electronically to the Education Committee of the Legislature summarizing the behavioral awareness training reports received.
1 minute.
Thank you, by school districts. The various trainings provide, I just got real into it. I almost forgot to get in the queue. Whew, okay. Where was I? On or before December 31, 2024, and each December 31 thereafter, the ESUCC will submit a report electronically to the Education Committee of the Legislature summarizing the behavioral awareness training reports received by school districts, the various trainings provided across the state, the teacher support system, and a financial report of funding received and expended in accordance with the Behavioral Intervention Training and Teacher Support Act. Whew. By the way, when a report is submitted to a committee, that also ends up oftentimes on the website in
That's
the
your
same
time,
place.
Senator. And you're next in the queue.
Thank you. It ends up on the website in the same place that I was previously discussing. So if you go to the Nebraska Legislature website and you look at the sort of toolbar on the left-hand side, there's a reports. You click on that. The report that I am just discussing likely, now don't hold me to it because I'm not on the committee. I don't know for certain, but likely will be available on that website unless it has to be held private for some reason. But I don't believe this particular report would need to, like if it has some sort of sensitive information in it that is not for broader public consumption, then it wouldn't obviously be available on a public website. But if that's not the case, that is most likely where you will find said report. Okay, on or before December 31, 2026, the Education Committee of the Legislature will electronically submit recommendations to the Clerk of the Legislature regarding how the money used for education for the State Lottery Operation Trust Fund should be allocated to best advance the educational priorities of the state for the 5-year period beginning on 2020 FY 28-29. Why would the Education Committee submit their recommendations to the Clerk of the Legislature, you might ask? Well, because they're in charge. No, just kidding. I mean, they are in charge, but in a different way. Because again, the Clerk of the Legislature oftentimes is the repository for much of the information of the legislature, including reports. And therefore, the recommendations go to the Clerk of the Legislature so that that information exists for all to have access to, not just the committee itself. Or at least that's my assumption. I'm really just self-narrating my ideas on how the clerk's office works. Beginning in FY 25-26, each school district will ensure that each administrator, teacher, paraprofessional, school nurse, and counselor receives behavioral awareness training. Each administrator, teacher, paraprofessional, school nurse, and counselor who has received the training will receive a behavioral awareness training review at least once every 3 years. Each district can offer the training or similar training to any other school employees at the discretion of the district. In addition, all employees will have a basic awareness of the goals, strategies, and school-wide plans included in the training. Again, the serial comma. Oxford comma, same thing. The Oxford comma is the serial comma. They're one and the same. Okay. Statutory earmarks. And there's, apologies. Statutory earmarks. I think I already went through most of these. Did I? It's a little, I don't know, it's like a chart. That's the word I'm looking for. It is a chart. So we've got the Door to College Scholarship Fund, the agency CCPE, share of LB 705 shares, 1%. LB 7, oh, hey, hold up. Oh, no, okay. Never mind. I answered my own question. I didn't ask it out loud, but I answered it. So we're good. Okay. I'm going to skip that part. I'm going to move on over to the next page, page 3. Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1 minute, 7 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Expenditures. Page 3 of the fiscal note.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Page 3 of the fiscal note of LB 705. Interesting, I had noticed that there are page numbers handwritten at the bottom of this page of the fiscal note, but then there's also page numbers typewritten at the top of the page. And I'm wondering if my staff, my lovely staff, put together this binder for me. And I'm curious, did they write the numbers or did it get printed off with the numbers on it? And did the person think that there weren't page numbers on it because they are up in the top left-hand corner, and perhaps normally whoever did this was used to seeing them in the bottom. I'm oftentimes looking for page numbers at the bottom, but I do see that there are page numbers at the top. Style differences. Okay. Expenditures, CCPE estimates the need to add 1 FTE to administer the
Time,
new.
Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue, and this is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. CCPE estimates the need to add 1 FTE to administer the newly created Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program for FY 23-24. The FTE will have a salary benefits expense of $92,500 and operating expense of $7,250. For FY 24-25. The FTE will have a salary benefits expense of $97,200 and operating expense of $7,250. CCPE estimates the need to add 1 FTE to administer the newly transferred Excellence in Teaching Act. For FY 23-24, the FTE will have a salary benefits expense of $80,900, operating expenses of $7,250, legal services of $30,000. For FY 24-25, the FTE will have a salary benefits expense of $85,100, operating expenses of $7,250, and legal services of $30,000. These expenses will be offset by reductions to NDE. NDE estimates the need to add 2 FTEs to administer the changes from LB 705. For FY 23-24, the FTEs will have a salary benefits expense of $210,468 and operating expenses of $15,889. For FY 24-25, the FTEs will have salary benefits expenses of $220,965 and operating expenses of $15,311. NDE will have reductions in personnel expenses due to some programs ending, which will offset some or all of these costs. Whew, all right. Now, another question I have about this, so this is the fiscal, what I was reading was the fiscal note prepared by our fiscal office. So we've got the legislative fiscal office, and that was the fiscal note. And then after that, there would be any other impacted agencies. So there is a Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education fiscal note, and it says no basis to disagree with the agency's estimate of fiscal impact. The assumption of available funding from lottery appears to be reasonable. Then we have the Educational Service Unit Coordinating Council. Comments: agree with the ESUCC that there would be no fiscal impact related to the green copy of the proposed legislation. Auditor of Public Accounts. Comments: agree with the agency that there will be no fiscal impact. Department of Health and Human Services. Comments: agree with the agency that there will be no fiscal impact. Department of Revenue. Comments: agree with the agency that there will be no fiscal impact. This goes on for 12 pages. I hope that's not all that is. It's just agreeing with the agencies. It's not, don't worry. Okay, so we get to page 4, and now this is the education subdivision's fiscal note. So this is their fiscal note for LB 705. How much time do I have?
1 minute,
Is this-
2 seconds.
And then I have a closing, or this is my closing.
You have a closing.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to say 1 minute now?
No, I want to say 52 seconds.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So this is the education, I assume the Department of Education's fiscal note. It just says education on it, so it's not entirely clear, but I believe it's the Department of Education. Okay. And their cash funds are under expenditures, $23,550,566 in FY 23-24. And in FY 24-25, expenditures are $24,550,566. So 1 million more. LB 705 changes several provisions pertaining to lottery fund distribution for education. Funds appropriated to the Nebraska Education.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You are now welcome. Seeing no one left in the queue, you're welcome to close on your reconsider motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was once told early on, you should never be caught eating or drinking on TV, but if I don't take a sip of something, then I'll probably die of hydration. Not, I won't die, but I will get dehydrated. So I have broken that rule that I had self-imposed, that I do consume beverages. It's actually cold brew. And then I have water. If people are wondering, what is she drinking? That is what I'm drinking. Cold brew coffee and water. That's pretty much it. Sometimes I drink hot tea. And I might switch to hot tea later today because my throat is giving me a little bit of a tickle. Please, no one send me hot tea. I have a lot. Okay. LB 705 changes several provisions pertaining to lottery fund distribution for education. Funds appropriated to the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund shall be used as follows. 9.5% to behavioral training cash fund, 2% to career readiness and dual credit education cash fund, 7% to community college gap assistance program, 17% to the Department of Ed's innovative grant fund, 1% to door to college scholarship fund, 1.5% to mental health training cash fund, 62% to Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund. Okay. Creates the Behavioral Intervention Training and Teacher Support Act and Behavioral Training Cash Fund. Creates the Mental Health Training Cash Fund. Revises Nebraska Innovation Grant to include the following priorities: teacher recruitment and retention, school improvement, score improvements in reading and math, other innovative areas identified by the state board. Transfers responsibility of the Excellence in Teaching and Excellence in Teaching Cash Fund to the Coordinating Commission on Post-Secondary Education and creates the Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program and Cash Fund. Funding for this program is not included in the allocations for the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. Expands excellence in teaching program loans to cover the cost of taking the basic skills competency, establishes the Door to College Scholarship Act, and establishes the Door to College Scholarship Fund to be implemented by the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. The bill would end current projects and initiatives in June 2023 instead of the legislated sunset date of 2024. The NDE entered several contracts in good faith with understanding these programs would end in June 2024. The accelerated sunset date for these programs is a concern for NDE. Now, I am curious if this is something that was addressed in the committee amendment or not. So at some point, I probably will ask someone for clarification. At some point, I will probably ask the chair of education to clarify if we still sunsetted the initiatives in June of 2023 in the amendment that was adopted like an hour ago, or did we allow them to have their natural sunset date of 2024? And if we expedited or accelerated the sunset date for the programs, what was the thinking behind that? Because clearly NDE has some concerns, which I understand. And when you enter into a contract, is that going to cost us more if we're breaking the contracts early? Lots of questions there. Okay. So page 6 of
1 minute.
Thank you. Of the fiscal note, Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. This is their fiscal analysis. So they have general funds, 1,700,000, cash funds, 653,300 in 2023-24, totaling 2,353,300 in 23-24, with a revenue of 553,300 in 23-24. The same numbers for 24-25. LB 705 redistributes the percentage transferred from lottery proceeds for education purposes and does not provide any new overall funding for educational purposes. Any new or increased transfers to one fund will be offset by reduction transfers from another fund. The Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education Commission administers two financial.
Time, Senator.
Thank you. Call of the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk.
11 nays, 5 nays, Mr. President, to place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Dorn and Armendariz, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Dorn is still missing. Would you like to wait or proceed? We will proceed. The motion before the body is the reconsideration of the vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
1A, 37 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion to reconsider fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Amendments to be printed from Senator John Kavanaugh to LB 814. New LR from Senator Slama, LR 118, 119, 120, 121, 122. Those will all be referred to the Executive Board Interim Studies. Additionally, LR 123 from the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee, that will be referred to the Executive Board as well. Mr. President, concerning Legislative Bill 705, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to offer FA 81.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so we've got about 2 hours, including the dinner break, but about 2 hours, getting close to 2 hours left on this bill. And I was standing here as I was reading the fiscal note, and as interesting as that is, and it actually is a font of information, I started thinking to myself, you've got this budget just looming for debate tomorrow, and I have been furiously trying to read it throughout the day and putting tabs on it. And I thought, well, I mean, everybody else is also trying to read it, so why not read it together? So there we go. Okay, so the Martian green, and for those that are new to class, the main budget report from the committee comes to us bound, and it always has a very bright color. And there's always much discussion over the name of the color. I don't know why. It's just what it is. One year it was like a very, very aggressively bright pink. I think it was a bright orange previous year. So yeah. Oh, I need to get in the queue. Cosmic orange. That's right. Cosmic orange. Similarly, our rules book, it tends to be a bright color, and it's a different color each year. And I was told by the previous clerk that he liked it to be a bright color because when he's sitting up there, he wanted to see who was reading the rules. Because if it's a huge, very bright color, then you would see who's reading the rules. And we now have our rules book. That's not the right drawer. So this isn't the rules book, but this is the staff roster. Well, the whole legislature roster, not just staff. It has senators in it too. But it's this bright orange. Maybe this is cosmic orange. And then the budget is this Martian green. And so you always know, like, they're never the same color. I don't know who's having these conversations, coordinating the color of these items, but they're never the same color. And then you'll hear as people say the green copy of a bill, because every bill is either, if it's 1 page or 2 pages, it's printed on literally green paper. If it's more than that, there's white pages inside, but the main bill has green paper around it. So you know the white copy doesn't have green paper on it. So when we say the green copy and the white copy, that literally is referring to the color of the paper. And then we've got our motion pads, which are a pale-ish orange peach. Not sure what color you would call that. And then our fiscal notes are on pink paper, pale pink. So we have this very old school color coding going on with everything in the legislature, which I find kind of delightful. Okay, so the budget. Biennium budget. I love a good budget. And now this book, the Neon Martian Green book, is not the actual bill. It is the explanation of the bill. View it as the committee statement of the bill. Now the bill itself, the amendment to the bill, which is a white copy amendment to the green copy of the bill. The white copy amendment to LB 814, which I think is the mainline budget. The white copy amendment, I believe, is 181 pages. I think that's what it was when I looked this morning. And so then the explanation of it is not much. It has all the agencies in it, so it's a little bit longer. But let's see here, when we get to the explanation of the budget, these are all the agencies. Still on the agencies. Okay. Narrative description by agency. So it's 81 pages, the initial explanation, and then there's the narrative description by agency, which is additional information. Okay. So when you're looking at the mainline budget, it has a table of contents, and I always kind of skim. So first there's and it was paper clipped into your copy this morning, I think, because it is updated, but it is the general fund financial status. And colleagues, you will start to see, I believe, unless tradition has changed, which is possible, I believe you will start to see, after we move the budget, you'll start to see in your worksheet and your agenda that's on your desk every morning, there will also be an updated status of the general funds financial status, an updated sheet every day, because as we move bills from general to select file and from select to final that have a fiscal note or an A bill, we're going to start to see how that money is being allocated, and you can track how much money is left, as we call it, on the floor. So there you go. So there's the general fund financial status that looks like it was updated on May 1st, yesterday. So it was paper clipped on top of the page 2 of the budget. I assumed that the intention is that it is to replace page 2 of the budget. Anyways, I go back to the table of contents. So the general fund appropriations, and I think that the committee statement of the budget is very helpful, but I highly recommend reading over the committee statement and the budget itself so that you have a clearer understanding of what goes into the budget. So when you get to page 3 of the budget book, it starts talking about the cash reserve fund, and then there's all these different funds. So it lists out appropriations committee proposal, transfer to and from general fund, transfer to and from other funds, road operation cash fund, state indemnification fund, Nebraska capital construction fund or NCCF, economic development cash fund, economic recovery cash fund, rural workforce investment, and middle income workforce housing investment fund. Now I'm going to pause there. You can read, there's information on each of these. So if we were, why don't we? Shall we? We shall. Let's read the Rural Workforce and Investment and Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Fund. That is a lot of words. Okay, let's do it. Created in 2017 by LB 518, the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Fund is the source of the Workforce Housing Grant Program established by the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Act. Transfers enacted by the legislature to the fund are as follows: $7,300,000. That was from LB 518 in 2017. $10 million FY 2021. $30 million as authorized in LB 1013 in 2022. In addition to the above transfers, $10 million of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, has been appropriated, that's LB 1014 in 2022, for eligible expenses related to housing under ARPA and the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Act. The Appropriations Committee budget contains a transfer of $20 million to the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Fund and a $10 million cash fund appropriation in FY 23-24 and FY 24-25. The grant program expires in FY 26-27. I do have a question about that. If the grant program expires in 26-27, are we putting a specific clock? And maybe that's a good thing. Just asking the question, not saying it's not a good thing, but are we putting a clock on when when the funds that we have appropriated must be spent? And what if we then end up spending things too quickly on things that maybe don't quite fit? Just a question. Created in 2020 by LB 866, the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Fund is the source of the Workforce Housing Grant Program established by the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Act. Transfers to the fund include 10 million. Wait, didn't I just read this? No, this is okay. 10 million LB 866 2020, 20 million LB 1013 2022. In addition to the above transfers, there is an amount of the American Rescue Plan Act money available for the purposes of the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Act within the Qualified Census Tract Recovery Grant Program, Program 611. Ooh, Program 611. Oh, let's pause on reading the budget book, and let's talk about the LFO Directory of State Agency Programs and Funds.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you are next in the queue.
Thank you. Can you tell I am a nerd and I love the budget? Okay, so they reference Program 611. So this handy dandy book, which thank you to our fiscal office for delivering it to me. I very much appreciate it. But this is a program, Program 611. Now, the issue is that it's a program within an agency, and I don't know what agency this is. So in order to look up the program, I think I need to know the agency number, or maybe I can look, maybe there's an index by program number. What agency do we think that Program 611 is under? Agency budget programs, nope. Well, now I can just scan until I find 611 pop out at me. Ooh, program. Fund. Nope. Not there. Not under the Public Service Commission. Not under the Board of Paroles. Department of Revenue. Nope. And Department of Agriculture. Nope. See, now, if we had a department for housing, a state agency for housing, then I would know what agency to look for the program under. Department of Health and Human Services? No. Okay. Department of Transportation? No. Department of Veteran Affairs? No. Natural Resources? No. Okay, well, I'm sure that I just missed it. Okay, well, I will find out what agency Program 611 is, because now I'm curious because I couldn't find it. Now I really want to find it for no other reason than to find it. But that's how my brain works. Just double checking, not in the Supreme Court, not in the Legislative Council. All right, I'll have to come back to it. But anyways, the 2022 LFO Directory, State Agency Programs and Funds, it's updated every 2 years, I believe. Okay, so Program 611. Oh, again, phone a friend. Thank you. Department of Economic Development. Well, that makes sense. My goodness, Agency 72. But is it not in here? It's Program 611. It's not in there. Next year. All right. I got that all the way from the rotunda. Thank you. All right. But Department of Economic Development. Okay, makes sense. There we go. Easy peasy. Program 611. However, there is no specific earmark within the statute. The Appropriations Committee budget contains a transfer of $20 million to the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Fund and a $10 million cash fund appropriation in FY 23. I think that's supposed to be 22-23, and FY 24-25. Any funds held by the department in the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Fund will be transferred to the general fund beginning July 1, 2029. Why 2029? Oh, okay. any funds held in the department. I see. The program expires in 27. So any funds that are remaining that haven't been spent when the program ends in 2027, we give them 2 years. Got it. Answering my own questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Site Building and Development Fund. The Appropriations Committee approved a transfer. Oh, you know what? I just rolled right into reading the next thing. I don't want to read that. Shovel Ready Capital Recovery and Investment Fund. Ooh, let's read that. LB 608, as amended by the Appropriations Committee, reopens the Shovel Ready grant application, transfers $90 million from the Cash Reserve Fund to the Shovel Ready Capital Recovery and Investment Fund, and earmarks $30 million of the funds transferred to construct an athletic complex for certain post-secondary institutions pursuant to LB 444. Now, this is where you really want to be able to cross-reference, like, what is LB 444? Who testified in it? Were people in support? Who's going to benefit from this?
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You are recognized. You're next in the queue, and this is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, LB 444. I just highlighted it, flagged it, something I want to look up. I got an answer. Again, I'm phoning a lot of friends today. Thank you, Senator Dorn. He said it's Creighton University. Okay, so LB 444. I am interested in looking at that further. Okay, and there we go. Then the Shovel Ready Capital Recovery and Investment Act was created by LB 566 in 2021 with a transfer of $15 million from the general fund with additional funding in the mid-biennium adjustment with $100 million of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars. The act funds qualifying nonprofits with intent to distribute grants evenly across the 3 congressional districts of Nebraska. Youth Outdoor Education Fund. Perkins Canal. Ooh, okay. This is another one I'm interested in. Perkins Canal County Project. I think some of my colleagues went on a field trip over the long recess weekend to Perkins Canal Project. In January of 2022, former Governor Pete Ricketts included in the governor's mid-biennium budget recommendation the Perkins County Canal Project, a total of $503 million. I want to be like Dr. Evil. $503 million funded by the American Rescue Plan Act and Cash Reserve Fund transfers. I don't recall, I thought that couldn't be funded by ARPA funds. It's another question. But that's what we did in 2023. Just making myself a note. ARPA for Perkins, not the restaurant, but the canal. I don't think the canal makes pies. Okay, the legislature's mid-biennium budget adjustment approved a transfer of $53,500,000 from the Cash Reserve Fund to the Perkins Canal Project Fund with direction to contract for an independent study. I believe we have done that because we had a presentation on some of that information at Legislative Council. Full disclosure, didn't understand it. And you can't dig in on every single topic. This is one of the things where, again, phone a friend, lean on somebody. Not my area of expertise, so I look to colleagues whose opinions I trust and who I know are more well-versed in the topic than I am when it comes to the Perkins Canal. I do try to do my due diligence as much as possible, but it's just not my strength. Okay. For their FY23-24 budget requests, the Department of Natural Resources initially requested $449,500,000 from the Cash Reserve Fund for the project, with the request amended by the governor's budget request to be $574,500,000 to fund the construction of a 1,000 cubic feet second CFS canal as opposed to the initial proposal of a 500 CFS canal. The Perkins County Canal, this is my last time. Okay, I have my closing. The Perkins County Canal is a provision within the interstate compact agreed by the states of Nebraska and
1 minute.
Colorado, thank you, ratified by the U.S. Congress in 1923, so 100 years ago. The Perkins County Canal, as outlined in the compact, would have a 12/17/1921 priority date and may divert up to 500 CFS of water that is present in the lower section of the South Platte River during the non-irrigation season and may divert all flows that would otherwise cross the Colorado-Nebraska state line in excess of 120 CFS right during the irrigation season. The Appropriation Committee includes a transfer from the Cash Reserve Fund of $574,500,000 and increases the appropriations from the Perkins Canal County project from $53,500,000 to $62,800,000
Time's
annually.
Henry.
Thank you.
Seeing no one left in the queue, you're welcome to close on your floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Annually, as a result of the new and prior transfer, fund balance will be approximately $630 million. Now that is interesting because that is 25 plus 30, 55 million more. But maybe that takes into account the 53 million. Well, another question. This is why I like to read these things. And I like to read them very thoroughly, as you maybe can tell. Okay, critical infrastructure fund, public safety fund, accounting division revolving funds, health and human services cash fund. Okay, HHS services cash fund. The committee included a transfer from the cash reserve fund to the health and human services cash fund for three specific purposes. 6.5 million to supplement the 5 million in fee revenue available for the Public Health Vital Records Modernization Project, 4 million for the Public Health Data Nexus Project, 820,000 for the Public Health Parkinson's Registry. Okay, so that's the health, the HHS cash fund. Risk Loss Trust, Public Safety Communication System Revolving Fund, Material Division Revolving Fund, State Building Revolving Fund, Universal Service Fund. Now here's one that I had already marked with a question. I am just telepathing all of my questions that I'm going to have tomorrow. Okay, the Universal Service Fund. This is on page 7 of the budget. And the Universal Service Funds, it says to replenish the balance of the cash reserve fund, the committee included a transfer from the Nebraska Telecommunications Universal Service Fund of previously accrued and unspent earnings. The transfer amount is $40 million in FY 23-24. My first question that I wrote down, is this typically done? Do we typically transfer the Universal Service Fund money to the general fund? And if it isn't typically done, why are we doing it this year? And if it is typically done, why do we do that? Because the Universal Service Fund should be used for greater investment in telecommunications and broadband, et cetera, across the state. So if we have an excess of $40 million, why aren't we utilizing it for what it should be utilized for? Also, the USF is funded, the Universal Service Fund is funded through fees. So if we have an excess of fees of $40 million, we should probably be reassessing the fees that we are charging to those who pay the USF. Again, this is one of those things where we have so many fees on so many things, and they do start to add up. So if we have $40 million of excess in the USF, should we not be evaluating if we should reduce what we charge for USF. Perhaps instead of shifting that financial burden to the general fund, we should be reevaluating the fee itself that we charge. It kind of creates not a very clear and transparent picture of how we
1
are
minute.
funding government. Thank you, Mr. President. If we are funding government by taking money from one fund that is essentially a fee-for-service fund that has excess funds, if we are taking that fee-for-service excess fund and putting it towards the general funds that is totally unrelated, we aren't having a clear picture. When we talk about our cash receipts, our revenue, this is not revenue. The Universal Service Fund should not be treated as revenue. It should be returned to those who are paying the fee. But what do I know? Okay, so next is the Governor's Emergency Cash Fund. I'm actually going to read this. The committee also included the governor's recommendation to transfer back the remaining unspent funds in the governor's emergency cash fund. 83 million in funds were originally
Time, Senator.
Thank you. Call the House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk?
8 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President, place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Day, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The question before the body is the adoption of Floor Amendment 81. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk?
1 A, 32 nays, Mr. President, on FA 81.
Floor Amendment 81 fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Amendment G printed from Senator Vargas to LB 705 and Senator Wayne to LB 814. Concerning LB 705, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on FA 81 with MO 1000.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I was just taking a minute to catch up on my tabbing of things. So I've got here, I've got the green, the Martian green report, and then I have the book with the agencies and their programs, and then I also have the underlying white copy amendment to 814. I'm sure there are things that I am forgetting, but what I was just doing while I was waiting on the vote was writing down on some tabs the different program numbers, because if you go to page 26 of the Martian Green report, we have the federal Medicaid match rate starting October 1, 2023. FY 24, the Federal Medical Assistance Percentage, or known as FMAP, is increasing from 58.87% to 58.60% and decreasing to 58.44% on October 1, 2024. The initial increase allows for a reduction. I'm going to take issue here with this statement that I'm about to read. The initial increase allows for a reduction in general fund appropriations of $20,135,114 in FY 2023 and $24,029,646 in FY 24-25. The increase in federal programs from federal funds from Program 424 moved to Program 348. The impact of this change is spread across programs, including two operation programs, 33 and 421. But the impact is largely in aid programs. The additional 6.2% FMAP enhancement associated with the COVID-19 public health emergency is being phased out and will fully expire on January 1, 2024. The first calendar quarter of 2023, the enhanced FMAP will remain at 6.2%. Then starting in April 1, 2023, the enhanced FMAP will drop to 5%. July 1, 2023, starting July 1, 2023, the beginning of SFY 24, the enhancement will drop to 2.5%. Then starting October 1, 2023 through the end of the calendar year 2023, the enhancement will be 1.5%. The intent of the enhancement was to offset the added costs states incurred during the public health emergency to keep Medicaid recipients enrolled regardless of any changes in eligibility. CMS allows states a total of 14 months to complete renewal and redetermination of eligibility for all Medicaid members. Nebraska DHHS has opted, let's be clear, has opted to begin the unwind on March 1, 2023, and will complete all Medicaid renewals over a 14-month period from March 1, 2023 to April 30, 2024. Yes, we opted to start the unwind at the earliest possible moment so that we can start kicking people off of healthcare. Yes, we did opt to do that. Provider rates. The committee proposal includes provider rates increase of 3% in FY24 and 2% in FY25 for child welfare, Medicaid, behavioral health, and developmental disabilities in DHHS, as well as child welfare and medical services and probation programs within the Supreme Court. These rate increases were not included in the agency request for the governor's recommendation. There are no other adjustments or increases in eligibility, utilization, or other rate increases. Historically, Medicaid rates have increased 2% each year for the past 2 biennium. In Program 38, Behavioral Health Aid, and Program 424, Developmental Disability Aid, the amount of the increase in general funds and federal funds for Program 38 was offset by a base reduction of an identical amount. The total cost of the rate increase by program, the total amount related to the base reductions in these two programs are shown in Table 17. Table 17 is on page 27. Let's take a look. Okay, so programs, behavioral health is Program 38. And Program 424 is the developmental disability aid. So Table 17, where are those programs? They're at the bottom. Base reductions, general fund, federal fund. I'll have to come back to this. I think I need to dig into this a little bit more before I talk about it on the microphone. Okay, but on page 27, after the chart, after the table, we have behavioral health aid. In addition to the FMAP decreases and provider rates amounts described above, the proposed budget includes funding for the 988 call center. Beginning in July 2022, nationwide use of a 3-digit code for persons to access behavioral health assistance and referral, including for suicide ideation and other behavioral health emergency care, began operation. DHHS worked with Boys Town to fund the first year of the statewide call center using carryover funds and a one-time federal grant. This request will establish ongoing funding for the operations of the call center. It is estimated that 32,500 inbound, outbound chats and texts can be answered annually with the statewide 988 call center. The general fund impact is $4 million in FY 2024 and $4,877,000 in FY 2025. Developmental disability aid. In addition to the FMAP decreases and provider rates, amounts described above, the proposed budget includes several additional items. The Division of Developmental Disabilities administers the Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services, or HCBS. Waivers. State Statute 83-1216 specifies funding priorities for these services. The fourth funding priority is, quote, for serving persons transitioning from the education system upon attaining 21 years of age to maintain skills and receive day services necessary to pursue economic self-sufficiency, end quote. The division anticipates 158 graduates in FY23, 143 graduates in SFY24, 144 graduates in SFY25, and therefore uses 148 as the average for this request. The general fund impact is $1,088,958 in FY24, $2,177,916 in FY25. There are corresponding federal funds in Program 348 for the Medicaid component of these waivers. The Division of Developmental Disabilities administers the Medicaid Home and Community-Based Program, HCBS. Waivers. State statute specifies funding priorities for these services. The average cost per person, thank you, Mr. President. The average cost per person for DD waiver for Priority 1 is $93,092.16 per person. The division anticipates approximately 40 individuals in this category based on historic data from FY21. The general fund impact is $1,568,789 in FY24 and $3,137,578 in FY25. There are approximately 3,000 individuals on the waiting list / registry. Okay, fiscal office registry. It's been made very clear by Director Green that we are not to call it a waiting list. It is a registry. So I'm just letting everybody know on page 28, it is not a waiting list. It is a developmental disabilities registry.
Time,
So-
Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. There are approximately 3,000 individuals on the registry for home and community-based services for the developmentally disabled. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna take a sip of water. Okay. The average annual cost of serving an individual with the DD comprehensive waiver who entered services via the waiting list registry, just gonna edit that, via the registry is about $47,551.81. This estimate is based on the average cost for the DD comp waiver in FY21 for individuals who started the waitlist in FY 2019. Additionally, DDD will need 10 service coordinators. That's the Department of Developmental Disabilities. 10 service coordinators, 1 supervisor for each FY, and in order to assimilate this change, the expected general fund cost to fund these waivers and personnel to serve those on the waiting list is $5,008,395 in FY24, $10,016,790 in FY25. No additional appropriations were included in the DD waitlist registry, DD registry. There is adequate funding within the program to accomplish this need. Well, is there? All right. We'll dig in on that comment another time. Medicaid. In addition to the FMAP, which is I want to say it correctly, the Federal Medical Assistance Percentage, in addition to the FMAP decreases and the provider rate increases for medical services described above, several other items related to Medicaid are included in the budget proposal. Medicare Part D drug costs are projected to increase by 5.08% in CY23. Medicare pays for the cost of the drugs for individuals who are dual eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid. The federal government claws back the amount Medicare covers based on a formula of what the state share otherwise would have saved without Part D Medicare coverage. The state is required to pay the formula determined amount. The committee approved this item in the amount of $3,143,162 general funds in FY24 and $3,300,320 in FY25. As a result of the determination dated on 4/7/22, Medicaid is required to pay for this covered outpatient drug, a treatment for Alzheimer's disease, as well as required lab testing and routine MRI and PET scans. Adulam will be part of the drug rebate program. The committee approved an increased federal fund appropriation FY24 $9,687,131 and a total appropriation of $16,421,836. In parentheses, it says $6,843,809 in general funds and $9,578,027 in federal funds in FY25. Public assistance. The committee approved a reduction of $3 million.
1 minute.
The committee approved a reduction of $3,137,551 in general funds and $348,617 in federal funds in Program 347 in 2024 and 2025 to offset funding in Program 38 administration to replace 3,500 computers over the biennium based on recent trends in utilization. Program 347, Program Assistance, which has a surplus of appropriated funds. This decrease results in net zero impact on the budget of the IT hardware refresh issue. Okay, so Program 347. Let's take a look. Well, we might not have time to take a look on this round, but we're going to.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senators, the legislature will now stand at ease until 6 p.m.
Attention senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
It's 6 o'clock. We're ready to resume. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Okay, so I was looking at the budget, and I was on page 28 of the Martian Green budget report, or sort of serving as our committee statement. And then under the public assistance piece of it, it says that to offset funding in Program 33 administration to replace 3,500 computers over the biennium. So federal funds from Program 347. So I wanted to look and see what Program 347 was. And that's public assistance aid. Okay, so looking at the Legislative Fiscal Office Directory of State Agency Programs and Funds from 2022. On page 269 is Program 347, Public Assistance Aid. Child welfare related programs. Purpose, child welfare related programs were moved to a separate budget, Program 354, beginning in FY13. The following programs are included in Program 347. Okay, so child welfare is Program 354. Great. SNAP, okay, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. SNAP Employment and Training. Aid to the Aged, Blind, and Disabled, AABD. TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. Community Services Block Grant. Child Care Subsidy. Emergency Assistance. Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP. Medically Handicapped Children's Program, MHCP, Disabled Persons and Family Support Program, Social Services Block Grant, Refugee Assistance Program, or provides Nebraska Homeless Program Assistance Program, Nebraska Lifespan Respite Service Program, State Disability Program, Medical and Maintenance. Okay. So it has just the funds from those programs up to 21-22 on page 270. So going back to this, the committee approved a reduction in general funds and federal funds from Program 347 to offset funding in Program 33 administration. So let's go to Program 33. Program 33 is Central Office Operations. Okay. Well, I know we'll have time to talk about this tomorrow. So I'm just going to start the conversation by saying why Appropriations Committee did you decide to take the offset for funds for public assistance to cover administrative office costs for DHHS when those clearly should be general funds?
1 minute.
That's going to be a question I'm going to be looking to have answered tomorrow when we debate the budget. What is the reasoning? Why are we continuing to pilfer public assistance? Meanwhile, we're going to do all these other projects that cost millions of dollars, but we have to fight for any public assistance. We're going to build a prison to house the people that we refuse to feed, to house the people that we refuse to house the people that we refuse to give heat to. We're going to allocate millions and millions of dollars to build a prison to do that. Meanwhile, we're going to pilfer the funds that would support those people to pay for computers when we should be using general funds. We should be using general funds for the administration of DHHS.
That's your time, Senator. You are recognized to close, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is on page 28 of the Martian Green Appropriations Underlying Bill Explanation, and cross-referencing it with page 261 in the programs book and 269 to 270, where we are shifting funds away from public assistance and shifting funds to the Central Office Operations Fund. I look forward to members of the committee tomorrow, the Appropriations Committee tomorrow, standing up and talking about this as a moral document. The budget is a moral document. And I am concerned, I am deeply, deeply concerned about what it says about our morals, where we are willing to put money into all kinds of projects, for-profit projects, business projects, tax incentives, tax cuts, while also pilfering public assistance, continuing to intergenerationalize poverty, the systems of poverty that we create, the systems of poverty that we perpetuate. I look forward to the conversation from members of the Appropriations Committee tomorrow telling me how this is a moral document. This is not my morals. My morals are not building a prison. My morals are not incarceration over public assistance. My morals aren't shifting the funds, pilfering the things that are intended for the lowest income individuals in our state so that we can offset our general fund balance, so that we can spend more of the taxpayers' dollars on our whimsical projects. I have seen very little from this body that shows morals when it comes to how we spend taxpayers' dollars. Before we broke for dinner, I was talking about the Universal Service Fund and how we're shifting, how we're taking $40 million of unspent money from that fund and putting it to the general fund. Instead of cutting the fees that would impact people's lives, we're shifting. We're shifting funds away from public assistance. We're shifting funds away from fees for service. We're shifting, and when you're shifting, it gets pretty shifty. I don't have a lot of time to read this budget. We got it today, we're debating it tomorrow, and I have not even gotten past page 28, and I'm already disappointed. I am already disappointed. I'm disappointed in what appears to be the logic, the disbursement, making sure that there's money on the floor for people's projects and not for people. I'm disappointed. And I'm sure as I dig into this further and I cross-reference between the programs and where money is being shifted because we have excess of this and excess of that and what we're shifting it away from so that we have money for projects, for prisons, I'm sure I'm going to continue to be disappointed. How much time do I have left?
1 minute, 8 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the House.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
11 ayes, 4 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Walz, Clemens, Bostelman, McDonald, Ibach, Hunt, and Brandt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Brandt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. The question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
4 ayes, 34 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items. I raise the call.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to strike Section 13 of LB 705.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I heard the clerk say this is to strike Section 13. I picked that number because I thought, well, that's an unlucky number. Well, I'll be superstitious today, so we should just arbitrarily strike Section 13. So that's what FA 82 is about, striking Section 13 because I'm being superstitious. All right, so I was just talking about the delightful way that we are being completely irresponsible with taxpayer dollars and fees for service in our budget by shifting so that we can make room to pay for the fun, frivolous things that people in the body want to see enacted. Meanwhile, we are going to force the lowest income people in the state to fight for everything that we give them. So, yay. Okay. But back to reading the budget, I jumped ahead. So I jumped to the state aid to individuals, but I had been back before we adjourned. I was going through the cash funds. Okay, I got through the HHS. Oh, the governor's emergency cash fund. I think that's where I left off. Okay. I am going to revisit this because I did have some things to say about the governor's emergency cash fund and a little historical context on it. So the committee also included the governor's recommendation to transfer back the remaining unspent funds in the governor's emergency cash fund. 83 million in funds were originally transferred from the reserve cash fund to the governor's emergency cash fund in 2020 for COVID-19 relief prior to the receipt of federal funds for such purpose. After federal aid was received, 60 million was transferred back to the cash reserve fund. Remaining obligations have been met, and the 2 million transferred back to the cash reserve fund is included in the committee's proposal. Okay, so fun little history here. In 2020, in March of 2020, when the legislature took what I call a hiatus from the season, we went on hiatus. We didn't adjourn. We adjourned until the next bell. That was how we got around. Because normally when it's like, we'll adjourn until 9 a.m. on May 2nd. But when we adjourned in March of 2020, we adjourned until the next bell because we did not know when we would be back. But we needed to come back because we had important things to finish. So prior to adjourning, however, we authorized was it 86 million, something along those lines. I just read it a second ago. 83 million. We authorized that to go into the governor's emergency cash fund so that the governor had funds available while the legislature was not in session to use for emergency purposes. So then over the summer months, the federal government gave out emergency funds, not only to individuals, but also to states. And hence, our obligations have been met So that's what the governor's emergency cash fund is for. But actually, the governor's emergency cash fund, I believe, was not created in 2020. I think it's a cash fund that exists that we have the opportunity to put funds into whenever we deem it necessary. So just if you're looking at the cash funds, that's the last one listed. It's on page 7. Okay, next is the cash reserve fund historical balances. I'm going to skip that. General fund revenues, that's page 9. Now this is interesting. I'm looking forward to reading this because I've been looking at some of the different projections and just looking at numbers for me sometimes is not enough. Sometimes I need to read. That's another thing I love about the committee report every year is that it is both visual aids and text. And so I can look at both charts and read information, and I like to learn both ways. And I learn best when I have both available. So FY 2021 to 22, actual receipts were $1.469 billion above certified forecast. Whew, that is a lot above the forecast. Of this $1.469 billion above certified forecast amount, $1.288 billion is transferred to the cash reserve fund, while the other $181.4 million is retained in the general fund. Section 77-4602, as amended, provides that the amount to be transferred to the cash reserve fund is the amount actual receipts exceed the certified forecasts, less receipts, and above a 3.5% growth over the prior year's revenues. That I'm sure makes sense to someone. I'd have to write that math problem out to make it make sense to me, but I trust that we did the math correctly. Okay, originally under LB 1107, this amount would have been added to the income tax credit, but LB 873 in 2022 fixed those credit amounts for 2022 and 2023. So now the difference is simply retained in the general fund. FY 2022-23 rate and base adjusted revenue growth was 18.7%. The FY 22-23 forecast was certified in July, and other than adjustments for legislation enacted in the 22 session remained unchanged because the NEFAB was not scheduled to meet until October 2022. I think that's the Nebraska Fiscal Analyst Board. I don't know what it stands for, FAB. I think it's the forecasting board. At the October 28, 2022 meeting, the NEFAB increased their forecast for 2022-23 by $620.6 million. The NEFAB also sent the forecast for the first time for FY 23, 24, and 24, 25. The forecast exceeded the LFO, that's the Legislative Fiscal Office, preliminary estimates by $809.5 million, 23-24, and $1.059 billion, 24-25, for a year total of $1.868 billion. These forecasts yield a projected adjusted revenue growth of 2.5% in FY 23-24 and 3.3% in 24-25, an average growth of 2.9%. While this 2-year growth is below the historical average, 22-23 growth of 5.1% brings the 3-year average growth to 3.6%. The NEFAB reaffirmed the forecast estimates for all 3 fiscal years at the February 2023 meeting. In NEFAB, the NAFAB will meet again on April 26 to revise the forecast. And they did meet again to revise the forecast. Any changes made to the revenue forecast at the April meeting are not reflected in the general fund status of this report. Hence, remember when I talked about the paper clipped piece of paper? Okay, so let's go revisit our, let's see, where are the general fund? Where Where am I looking for the cash receipts? I will have to come back to that later because I can't quickly figure out what I'm looking for at this moment in time. So I'll come back to that. Don't worry. I'm sure you were worried. Okay, so, sorry, lost my place. Revenue forecast, okay. So then on the next on page 10 is table
1 minute.
4, thank you, general fund revenue. Okay, so the general fund revenue, this is FY23, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. You can look at that yourselves, pretty self-explanatory. Then there's the general fund revenue growth, adjusted for tax rates and base changes. This is since 1981. Okay. We have a spike in 2022. It starts going up in 2021 and peaks in 2022 and goes down in 2023 and is projected to go down in 2024 and start to go back up, but not all the way back up to where it is in 2022. So there we go. Okay. Estimated financial status.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. Estimated financial status following biennium. For planning purposes, an estimated financial status is constructed for the biennium following the 2-year biennium budget currently being considered. This allows the legislature to see the future implications of budget actions being considered. Following biennium FY26 and FY27 pursuant to Legislative Rule 8, Section 7, the Appropriations Committee and Revenue Committee met on April 20 and voted to approve 3% unadjusted revenue growth in each year of FY26 and FY27 biennium, and 2% budget growth in each year of FY26 and FY27 biennium. Okay. General funds transferred out. This area tabulates funds that are transferred from the general fund to another fund within the state treasury. These items have the same effect as an appropriation in that they reduce available funds, but are not expended as such, and thus are shown under the revenue category. Okay, so these items have the same effect as an appropriation. They reduce the general funds. Okay, so we've got the property tax credit fund. We've got the water resource cash fund, the cultural preservation endowment fund, the water sustainability fund, the Nebraska revolving loan fund, Hall of Fame trust fund, public advocacy cash fund, municipal inland port authority act, shovel ready capital recovery investment act, water recreation enhancement, or Star Wars. Yes. You saw that correctly. I did roll my eyes. Star Wars, NCCF, fund shifts and new projects. Jobs and Economic Development Initiative, also Star Wars. Governor's Emergency Fund for Peru Levy. LB 1102, Nebraska Environmental Response Act. Community College State Dependence Fund. Economic Recovery Act. Education Future Fund. D-LEAD. Or lead cash fund, D-lead. I'm going to think Department of Economic Development lead cash fund or lead cash fund. I don't know. Workers' Compensation Court cash. All of that totals in the current year $517,853,459. And in the next biennium, it is in the first year, it is $1,399,760,000. And yeah, 1 billion of that is the Education Future Fund. Okay. Alrighty, property tax credit cash fund. I'm going to skip over that for now. Can come back to that later because that's page 12 if you're interested. Page 13 is the Nebraska Cultural Preservation Endowment Fund, Water Sustainability Fund, Hall of Fame Trust Fund, Education Future Fund. Let's read about that, shall we? The committee included the provision of LB 681, which creates the Education Future Fund and transfers $1 billion to the Nebraska Department of Education, not economics, sorry. Oh, shoot, and I put my binder all the way over there. Because I believe LB 681 might be in this bill, 705. The Education Future Fund will prioritize the following: to fully fund equalization aid under the TIOSA, to fund special education supplemental aid under TIOSA. That's a little bit different than how we currently do it. To fund foundation aid under TIOSA to increase funding for school districts in a way that results in direct property tax relief, which means a dollar-for-dollar replacement of property taxes by a state funding source. Well, that is actually what we should do. Great. To provide funding for a grant program created by the legislature to address teacher turnover rates and keep existing teachers in classrooms. To provide funding to increase career and technical education, or CTE, classroom opportunities for students. The funding must provide students with the academic and technical skills, knowledge, and training necessary to succeed.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
You're next in the queue, and that's your last time before your close.
Thank you. It is getting a bit warm in here. I apologize, but I am going to take my jacket off because it is warm. Okay. So, also, I love this dress has pockets. Whoever came up with dresses not having pockets was not a very wise person. Dresses should have pockets, just like pants. And all pants should have pockets. Okay, anyways, that's just non sequitur. Okay, to provide funding to increase career and technical education, CTE, classroom opportunities for students. The funding must provide students with the academic and technical skills, knowledge, and training necessary to succeed in future careers, and to provide funding to provide students the opportunity to have a mentor who will continuously engage with the student directly to aid in the student's professional growth and give ongoing support and encouragement to the student. Okay, again, this is one of those words. Is it lead cash fund or lead cash fund? It's LEAD. I genuinely don't know. Maybe there'll be some context clues in this text. The Appropriations Committee approved a transfer of $10 million for the general fund to the lead cash fund and commiserate appropriation of cash funds for FY 23-24. Funds are to be used for, it's lead. Funds are to be used for lead service line replacement pursuant to the provisions of LB 613. I kind of was leaning towards it was lead, but I was like, it could be some sort of leadership cash fund. I don't know. It's lead. The lead cash fund makes sense. We need to replace lead service lines. Okay. Public Advocacy Cash Fund. Let's read that one. The Public Advocacy Commission was created in 1995 to provide indigent defense services. Such services include providing effective representation to indigent defendants in first-degree murder cases, other serious violent felony cases, and certain felony drug cases. The Commission on Public Advocacy has historically been a cash-funded agency that generates revenue from the indigent defense fee of $3. The revenue from the court cases filed have decreased over several years to the point that funding its operations expenses was increasingly difficult. The fee was not increased for many years. The Appropriations Committee transferred funds from the general fund to the Public Advocacy Cash Fund in the previous biennium in the amount of $520,000 per fiscal year. The committee included a transfer from the general fund in the budget proposal for 23-24, 24-25 as well in the amount of $1 million per year. There we go. Workers' Compensation Court Cash Fund, Economic Recovery Act, Community College State Dependence Fund. Municipal Inland Port Authority, and then general fund transfer in. Cash funds are funds which contain earmarked revenue sources, and monies in those funds can only be used for the purposes authorized by statute. In many instances, since 2009 special session, an authorized use of monies in a cash fund is transferred to the general fund at the discretion of the legislature. For accounting purposes, these are shown as transfer in and are included in the general fund revenues. Historically, there have been transfers from three main sources: Security Act Cash Fund, Tobacco Products Administration Cash Fund, and the Department of Insurance Cash Fund. The Appropriations Committee proposed budget includes transfers in of $39.3 million each year. There we go. General fund appropriations.
1 minute.
Thank you. Okay. This is page 17. Table 9 contains a summary of, I have a closing, right? This is not my closing. Yep. Okay. Table 9 contains a summary of the Appropriation Committee's proposed general fund budget for FY 23-24 and 24-25. Subsequent sections of this report contain a more detailed explanation of the various increases and reductions, which are included in the totals shown below. The numbers in the committee proposed budget are the net result of all of the individual issues, which reflect both increases to and reductions from the current year appropriation. The average spending growth for 2 years of the biennium is 2.3%. Okay, so this is the committee proposed general fund budget. All right, colleagues.
That's your time, Senator. And you're recognized to close.
Thank you. I think you can hear my ice on the microphone. I apologize. Okay. Page 17, colleagues, is the committee proposed general fund budget. So if you want to skip the first 17 pages, you can go straight to the meat and potatoes on page 17, where you have without deficits 23-24, and then committee to the floor. And that is to the floor in 23-24 and 24-25. So I think that it's our we're currently operating under, and then the new budget for the biennium. And then changes versus prior year, 23 without deficits, changes without deficits, 2-year average, percent total. Okay, so we've got the university state colleges. Looks like a 3.8% increase. HHS, 10.3% increase over the 2 years. Correctional services, 10.4%. Courts, 5.5%. State Patrol, 11.2%. Retirement Board, 4.5%. Revenue, 4.2%. 39 other agencies, 10.4%. Total general funds, an average of, I was reading the wrong numbers. Woo, at that last one. 7.6% for the 39 other agencies. The total general fund operations average increase is 6.8% over the biennium. State aid to individuals and others. Okay. Medicaid, 1.4%. Child welfare aid, 4.9%. DD aid, 6.4%, with a total of 3.7%. Wait a second. Why? I see. Okay. Public assistance. Anybody want to take a guess on this one? Yep, it's negative. It's negative. You know why? Because we're taking money from public assistance to pay for operations of DHHS that has an increase over the biennium of 10.4%. 10.3%. I apologize. Part of that 10.3% comes out of the public assistance, which has a negative funding amount of negative 1.8%. Behavioral health aid, 7.2%. CHIP, 0.5%. Broadband Bridge Act, 0.0%. Aging programs, 0%. Community health centers, 0%. Nebraska Career Scholarships, 20%. 20%. Higher ed student aid programs, 2.7%. Public health aid, 6.3%. Rural Projects Act, 0%. All other aid to individuals, negative 13.3%. All other aid to individuals. Cool. Moral document. Just remember that when we have that moral document conversation tomorrow. All other aid to individuals is negative 13.3% funding. We are decreasing it by 13.3% over the biennium. State aid to schools, TIOSA, negative 5.7%. Property tax credit, it has a bunch of dashes. Thank you. Is this my closing?
This is your close.
Thank you. State aid to community colleges, 1.9%. Homestead exemption, 4.9%. Aid to ESU, 0%. Aid to counties programs, negative 100%. We gave them 2 million and we're not giving them any. So that's why that is. I don't know what that program is. High ability learner programs, 0%. Early childhood programs, 0%. Community-based juvenile services, 0%. Governor's emergency program, 0%. All other aid to local government, 0%. Total aid to local government, negative 3.3%. Capital construction. Okay. Agency.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you. Call the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
8 ayes, 5 nays, place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The question is the adoption of FA 82. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
2 ayes, 34 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of FA 82.
The amendment is not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, quickly, additional item. Senator Wayne, amendment to be printed from 2LB 754. Concerning LB 705, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on FA 82.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. So FA 82 was my motion to strike section 13 because I was being superstitious. But I actually didn't look at what section 13 was. So now I'm going to look to see if perhaps we want to strike section 13. Let's see here. Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program. Yeah, no, I don't think we want to strike that. I can't remember whose bill that was. That Senator McDonald's bill? Well, regardless, whoever's bill it was, I was just being superstitious. No intention to strike your bill from the bill. All right. So I was on the budget, the Martian Green budget, page 18. I had just finished going over the general fund appropriations. Now we are on the agency operations. I don't know if people are enjoying listening, like maybe you were planning to read this tonight at home and now you don't have to, but you're also getting this editorialized version of reading the budget because you're getting like me reading it to myself and asking my own questions out loud and sometimes getting indignant. Most of the time getting indignant. Very frustrated. Because when I think of a moral document, I think that it should be morally responsible to first serve those who are most vulnerable, and that includes not only children, but our low-income individuals, because they are vulnerable, because they are in poverty. So we should be working to serve them with our moral document, and I am not seeing a great deal of service in this budget so far. Okay, agency operations. This area accounts for the cost of operating state agencies, including costs of employee salaries and benefits, data processing, utilities, vehicle and equipment purchases, etc. In the proposed budget, 39.9% of all general fund appropriations are for agency operations. Although there are 49 state agencies that receive general fund appropriations: higher education, the University of Nebraska and state colleges, and the six largest agencies, Health and Human Services, Corrections, Courts, State Patrol, Revenue, and Retirement Board, account for 88% of state operations. General funds for agency operations show a net $65.2 million increase, 9.1%, in FY 23-24, and $106.9 million increase, 8%, in FY 24-25. Now let's just hold on there, because that's not right. That's not true. General funds for agency operations, that's not accurate, because we are taking money from public assistance to fund operations that should be funded with general funds. So this is not an accurate picture. This is not an accurate picture. And one of the problems with not having an accurate picture is that when there are people here who weren't here for this shifting of funds, and they all of a sudden think, holy smokes, the budgets for these state agencies have just skyrocketed. in general fund utilization. No, they haven't. We actually just fudged the numbers. That's what's happening. So future legislature, 2023 legislature is fudging the numbers. So it looks like the operations are increasing by less than they are increasing. But who cares about that? Transparency, good governance, good steward of taxpayer dollars, serving the people we're sent here to serve, the most vulnerable, et cetera, same old tune, right? Right. Okay. So state aid to individuals and others. Oh, I can't wait to hear about this. This is on page 18. Aid to individuals, others includes programs such as Medicaid, public assistance programs, child welfare services, student scholarships where state funds are provided for the direct benefit of an individual. This area also includes aid to quasi-government units, which are those local agencies that do not have the authority to levy property taxes. This would include such entities as area agencies on aging, mental health regions, and developmental disability regions. This area has a 2.4% increase in 23-24, $40.4 million, and a 2.2% increase, $79.6 million in 24-25. There is a reduction of $20.1 million in 23-24 and $24 million in 24-25 due to an increase in federal medical assistance percentage, or FMAP. However, the committee included a 3% increase and a 2% increase for provider rates for child welfare, Medicaid, behavioral health, and developmental disabilities in DHHS, as well as child welfare and medical services in probation programs within the Supreme Court. This increase is partially offset by base reductions in behavioral health and developmental disability programs. Total general funds accounting for the offset for these increases in aid programs are $25.7 million and $43.3 million. State aid to local governments. Aid to local governments accounts for aid payments to local governments that have the authority to levy a property tax, such as cities, counties, K-12 schools, community colleges, natural resource districts, or NRDs, and educational service units, ESUs. Aid to local governments increased by $11 million, or 0.7% in FY 23-24, but declined $81 million, negative 5.3% in 23-24. That maybe is an error. The primary reason for the reduction in aid, yes, in 24-25 is the reduction in TIOSA aid as calculated under existing law due to higher property valuations. Homestead exemption reimbursement rates increased by 5.5% in FY 23-24 and 4.4% in 24-25. The budget also provides for a 1.9% per year increase in funding for community colleges, about $2.1 million each year. Okay. Not really. 1.9% increase for community colleges is not even like a cost of living increase, so that's concerning, especially since community colleges are where our workforce is really being trained primarily. They have a lot of the programs for the jobs, the skilled jobs that we need individuals in as quickly as possible. So it is an interesting move to not invest more money in our community colleges. But I have noticed that there are several members of this body that do not care for community colleges. I have not quite gained an understanding as to why, but I have heard it numerous times. Okay. Capital construction. Not going to read about that. Historical general fund appropriations. Not going to read about that. Significant general fund increases and reductions. This is on page 22. So let's just hammer this message home again. General fund increases and decreases by category are shown in table 13. Some items that account for general funds are not listed here as they are funded with a general fund transfer out and are discussed in this section of the report. Okay, so TIOSA, aid to schools.
1 minute.
Thank you. Homestead exemption, community colleges, aid to counties, certain federal judgments. So the TIOSA, we'll start there. The TIOSA is $4,206,026 in 23-24, and a negative $114 million in 24-25, for a total of a negative $109 million over the biennium. That seems kind of strange. Medicaid with expansion, public assistance, just a bunch of negative numbers. Child welfare aid. Let's see here, what else? Economic recovery, aid to the arts programs. Also has aid to the arts is decreased by.
That's your time,
15
Senator.
million. Thank
and
you.
you are next in the queue.
Thank you. Negative $15 million over the biennium. Be interested to know why we are taking away funding for the arts. Again, when we talk about over incarceration and things that we could be doing for those individuals that are incarcerated, art is essential. And investment in art is essential. And having spaces around you that are beautiful, are pleasing, are artistic, are creative is important for cognitive development for everyone, but especially for young children, and decreasing investment in the arts, while might be necessary in some times, is certainly not necessary in these times when our budgets run overflow. But we're cutting 15 million, so I look forward to hearing more about that. Okay, aid to local governments, state aid, K through 12. I'm not going to dig in on that right now. Okay, on page 26, I already started going over the federal Medicaid match rate. And then page 27 talks about behavioral health aid and developmental disability aid. I already read through all of this: Medicaid, child welfare, public assistance, community health aid. CASA, court-appointed special advocates. The committee voted to increase funding designated for the Nebraska court-appointed special advocates, previously appropriated $500,000 in general funds annually, by $250,000 in general funds annually, to the total of $750,000 in general funds annually. These funds are appropriated to the Foster Care Review Office and passed through to CASA. Nebraska Career Scholarships. In the 2020 session, the governor's budget recommendation included funding and distribution language for the Nebraska Career Scholarships Program through the University of Nebraska, state colleges, and community colleges. The original purpose included intent language to increase funding through 23-24. The distribution language was codified in LB 902 in 2022. That brings me to an issue about the budget. The budget is an appropriation that we do. Every 2 years we do the big budget, and then we do updates to the budget in the shorter year. But you can't really codify things in statute through the budget. You can put intent language. If you want something to be funded in perpetuity, you need to submit a bill that legislates that. And you can't do that through the budget quite so easily, which is why we have all the other committees that we have. So when this program was set up, it had to be codified in statute through LB 902. Workforce Development, Department of Labor. Oh, I think we're about out of time, but I always like to err on the side of caution. If I stop talking, are we out of time? Oh, should I stop talking? That was a great deal of restraint on not nodding your head. Thank you. All right. I yield my time to the chair and waive closing, I guess, or whatever. Go forth.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Merman would move to invoke cloture on LB 705 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Merman, for what purpose do you rise?
Call of the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
23 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, no nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. The next vote is on the motion to reconsider. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
3 ayes, 39 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
The motion fails. The next vote is to advance LB 705 to E and R initial. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
40 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
LB 705 is advanced to E&R initial. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, next bill on the agenda, Legislative Bill 92A, introduced by Senator Slama. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations. Appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 92.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you will probably remember LB 92, which was the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee's Christmas tree bill that's been up in the last few weeks. This is just the A bill that goes along with that bill. We have an amendment coming up to reflect some language that we were hoping to address in an amendment on select file for LB 92. We will be pulling LB 92 back to select file to address the amendment on LB 92 and for the amendment that is forthcoming on LB 92A to resolve that fiscal note. So please bear with me as we handle this amendment and hopefully move forward on LB 92A.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Mr. Clerk for some items.
Mr. President, Senator Slama would move to amend LB 92A with AM 1549.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I briefly touched on in my introduction for LB 92A, this amendment reflects the cost assessment of Senator McDonald's CHIPS bill. However, this was intended to be clarified and removed with an amendment that we were going to bring on select file on LB 92. So before LB 92 advances on final reading, we will be pulling it back to select file to remove this rather large fiscal note that's in the $20 million range. So please vote green on the amendment. We will be taking it back off. This is just to keep our language in line with the language of LB 92 as it currently stands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh move to bracket the bill until June 1st, 2023.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues. Okay, so before I jump back to the budget, my curiosity was piqued. I like a good fiscal note. So the A bill here, AM 1549, there is hereby appropriated $9,977,290 from the general fund for FY 2023-24 and $23,751,410 from the general fund for FY 24-25 to the Department of Economic Development for Program 604. Okay. To aid in carrying out the provision of Legislative Bill 92, 108th Legislature. This includes appropriation to this program. Oh, apologize. Oh, getting to that point. Total expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diem funds for appropriated in this section not exceed $53,930. FY 23-24, $74,790, and FY 24-25. Ooh, page 2, line 11, strike 515 and insert 781. Okay, so sounds like that's pretty much it. Okay, so back to the budget. All right. Just making some notes to myself. 706. Okay. Wait, this isn't the budget. This is the programs book. What? How silly of me. Okay. Now, just getting a jump start on tomorrow's conversation. Today, why put off to tomorrow what you can do today? Read the budget. Okay, so on page 30 is where I left off. Mentorship program, Department of Economic Development, Nebraska Opportunity Grant, RHOP, PHEST, scholarship, state colleges, state agency operations. Ooh, let's read about that. What? Starting with the court system. The proposed budget includes $500,000 per year to allow any county to transfer the function of the clerk of the district court to the administrative office of the courts and probation. There are currently 10 counties that have entered into a contract. The proposed budget also includes funding for additional probation officers. The Supreme Court contracted with the University of Nebraska Law and Psychology program on a workload study, which was a comprehensive examination of workload. Interesting, a workload study that studied workload. It oversaw the time it took probation officers to handle different cases. The study suggested that there is a need for 20 additional probation officers. The proposed budget includes funding for 10 additional officers in FY 23-24, an additional 10 officers in 24-25, for a total of 20 officers. The total costs are $1,005,266 in FY 23-24 and $2,065,231 in FY 24-25. LB 761 is included in the recommendation to appropriate additional funds to the Office of the Public Guardian. The proposal includes an additional $250,000 each year for such purpose. The committee included a 3% rate increase in 23-24 and a 2% rate increase in 24-25 for community corrections and juvenile services providers for medical and child welfare services. The total cost of this rate increase for the Supreme Court are $2,494,773 in general funds in FY 23-24 and $4,207,850 in general funds in FY 24-25. The committee also included a base adjustment of $3,590,367 in FY 24-25. Only the rate increase provided in FY 22-23 in LB 1011, which was paid for using carryover funding for FY 22-23. Okay, Department of Veterans. The proposed budget includes an appropriation of $4,407,394. Wow. I am sorry to the transcribers. I am butchering numbers tonight. Okay. For FY 23-24 and $9,691,664. I'm going to skip this. I'm not that interested in reading about the Department of Veterans, not because I don't care about the Department of Veterans, but I don't think that there's anything that I need to be concerned about there. Maybe there is, but somebody else can unearth that. DHHS administration, guess what? I'm concerned. So I am going to read this. Okay. The proposed budget includes numerous increases for the Department of Health and Human Services related to administration costs. Some of these increases are offset by reductions in general funds in aid programs. Cool. The committee approved $3,137,551 in general funds and $348,617 in federal funds in FY 24 and 25 for computers. This funding will replace 3,500 computers over the biennium. The source of funding for this is a corresponding decrease in appropriations from Program 347. Yay! Public assistance. Yay! Which has a surplus of appropriated funds based on utilization trends. This transfer results in the request having a net zero effect on the overall budget. Awesome. Utilization trends of public assistance. You know why the utilization trends are what they are? Because of the requirements that we have in statute for qualifying. That's why. Utilization would go up if we would keep pace with, inflation, cost of living, the economy, etc. But we don't. So cool beans. The committee has approved $1,330,000 in general funds and $570,000 in federal funds in FY24 and FY25 for facilitation of training for protection and safety net in the Eastern Service Area as required by statute. This funding will ensure that staff are well-trained and equipped to handle the work by being aware of best practices based on the requirements set out in LB 1173. Of the total 1.9 million, staff certification would cost approximately $200,000 per year, curriculum design $200,000, and $100,000 for increases to the existing training entity. And renewal.
1 minute.
Thank you. Renewal of 1.4 million contract with the provider UNL Center on Children, Families, and the Law, CCFL. And I just want to give a little shout out to the contract provider, CCFL, because when we were dealing, which we're still dealing with, but when we were really in the thick of the crisis with St. Francis Ministries and the hemorrhaging of employees and the lack of training, CCFL did everything within their power and ability to train individuals that were coming into the workforce to do child welfare in the Eastern Service Area. And it was not an easy task, and we overloaded them. Even though—
That's your time.
Thank you.
Senator, and you are next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just a little shout out to UNL's CCFL. The committee approved $6 million total funds, 50/50 general funds and federal funds to support contractual call centers necessitated by increased workload and workforce shortages due to the pandemic. Failure to maintain certain metrics could result in a performance improvement plan and potential reduction in federal funding. The committee also approved an additional $150,000 total funds, $90,000 general funds, $60,000 federal funds to support relocating one of the two Fremont call centers to a new call center in West Omaha to improve recruitment and retention. The committee approved $9,289,759 total funds. Some of that general, some of that federal. I'm not going to read all these numbers. I'm going to start skipping the numbers because you can read the numbers. That's fine. To align appropriations with actual changes in cost to contracted services, including data warehouse / decision support solutions, provider screening and enrollment, interoperability requirements, electronic visit verification requirements, and school-based services administrative claiming contracts, required recouping of existing contracts, and inflationary or inflammatory, I think just inflationary cost increases will require additional funds. The committee approved funding for 14 additional FTEs to Program 33 at a total cost of $1,124,447. And skipping. Okay. Additional staff is needed to handle operations. Oh, I should get. Additional staff is needed to handle operations. I lost my place. Operations for adult protection, abuse hotline, licensing, and placement policy, data analysis, as well as programs created by the legislature. DHHS indicates the possibility of an annual general fund benefit of $2.6 million in the program 354 child welfare aid budget if all eligible 4E homes become licensed. What? That's amazing. That is something that we weren't able to do, get that 4E funding, because we weren't meeting the qualifications laid out to get 4E funding. But getting 4E funding means that more kids are staying in the home, and we have set out metrics to ensure that they can stay in the home while getting the wraparound services and supports that they need to stay safe and healthy. So getting an increase in 4E funding is a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing to get increased federal funds, sure, but this is like a specifically good thing. It is an indicator, the larger amount of 4E funding that we get, that is an indicator of how we are maintaining children in the home while they need wraparound services. So that's a good thing. Finally, the committee approved creation of a new agency program, Program 624, Health Information Exchange to improve transparency. The newly created program was approved by appropriations totaling $15,982,134. Additionally, the committee approved $541,661 total additional funds in Program 33 administration and FY24 and 25 attribute to contractual costs to operate the prescription drug monitoring program, or PPMD, is required PDMP. Blah. Okay, as required by statute, these programs were previously supported with a higher percentage of federal funds, which are no longer available due to operations of these programs shifting from development to maintenance. Department of Corrections. Ooh, this is going to be the juicy stuff. Page 32. I think I'm about out of time. How much time? A few seconds.
5 seconds.
Okay, let's just go to the next time.
All right, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Department of Corrections on page 32 of the Martian Green appropriations book. The Department of Corrections. Now, just so you all know, this is real time for me. I haven't read this page yet, so I have no idea what we're about to discover. Let's go on this journey together. Department of Corrections. Correctional Services included a variety of items included in their request. The largest item being increased salary expenses due to the negotiated salary increases for the employees in 24/7 facilities that were authorized in 2021, a base adjustment increase due to lack of vacancy savings, which were used to fund part of the increases in previous fiscal years, and inmate per diem costs. Interesting. Okay. The proposed budget includes a base adjustment for the agency of $10.4 million per year. This base adjustment is needed to reestablish the base level of funding for operations for the agency, which has utilized vacancy savings over the past several years to account for increasing expenses. Salaries for NDCS team members. This is a huge pet peeve that I have. Calling employees team members. It just feels weird. Like you're showing up for the team. You're a team member. No, you're not a team member. You're an employee. You might not be working if you didn't need the salary to live. It's not like you're not doing it for the love of the game. Maybe some people are, but not everybody. Anyways, that's just always stuck in my head. The term team members when you're talking about employees. And of course, I lost my place. Okay, salaries for NDCS employees, primarily security positions, were increased in 2021 to attract and retain individuals who occupy these positions. The agency expects that salary expenses will exceed the FY23 budget as the FY22-23 appropriation for salary increases was calculated using only filled positions at the time. NDCS has filled over 400 vacancies due to those pay increases. What? Congratulations. That's awesome. It's almost like when you pay people a decent wage, they want to work. Apparently 400 more people wanted to work when we increased pay. The proposed budget includes $14.5 million in each year of the biennium for these salary increases. The agency also requested a per diem increase to cover rising costs of providing goods and services to the inmate population for a total of $12.8 million in FY 23-24 and $13.3 million in 24-25. As follows: health service costs, food costs increase, electronic monitoring increase, other per diem expenses, cover all per diem expenses excluding food and health services. Finally, the department requested and the committee included increases related to the OCIO rates and license fees, insurance, and DAS assessments. The cost of these increases is $2.8 million in 23-24 and $3.2 million in 24-25. Maybe I'm missing it somewhere. Maybe it's further in here. I don't see anything for a department request.
1 minute.
For repair and care of the current facility. But maybe that's coming later in the budget. Guess we'll see. To be determined. Okay, University of Nebraska, then there's state colleges, commissions for Latino Americans, Indian Affairs, and African American Affairs. Ooh, okay. I'm going to read this one. We'll see, because I'm just curious. What do they got going on? What's happening in their hopper this year? The committee included reappropriation of unexpended general funds for the Commission on African American Affairs, which was established in 2020. I think that was Senator Wayne's bill, and continues to work to establish staff and standard operating procedures. The committee also included reappropriation of unexpended general funds for the Commission on Latino Americans, which experienced vacancies.
That's your time, Senator, and you are recognized to close.
So soon. All right. Which experienced vacancies, savings during the FY 22-23 biennium, and included an increase in PSL only in FY 24 beyond the negotiated contractual salary increases for all staff, with the intention to fund salary increases with the reappropriated funds. The committee included a 3% increase for salary and PSL in FY24 beyond the negotiated contractual salary increases for only the director of the Commission on Indian Affairs to be funded by the added general fund appropriation. The committee package includes the following specification for these agency director salaries. It's the intention of the legislature that the respective commission maintain parity with additional consideration for years of experience between executive directors of agency 68, 76, and 90. Cool. Legislative Council. The committee included LB 323, which appropriates funds for salary increases for legislative employees. The proposed increase allocates funding to bring the overall cost of living raise for employees to 15%. Wait, what? How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
3 minutes, 24 seconds.
Okay. All right. Are we ready? This is it. Pay increase for staff. What? 15%. I promise I won't try to take that out of the budget tomorrow. Legislative Council, page 33, in the Martian book. The committee included LB 323. Is that Senator Linehan's bill? That might be Senator Linehan's bill. LB 323, which appropriates funds for salary increases for legislative employees. Yes. Wow, the crowd goes wild. The proposed increase allocates funding to bring the overall cost of living raise for employees to 15% in 23-24 and 15% in 24-25. As such, the funding included pursuant to this item is the equivalent of an 8% increase and in 23-24 and 10% increase in 24-25 above the increases included for the non-bargaining employees. Total funds pursuant to LB 323 are 1.4 million general funds, 5,560 cash funds. Don't know why. Who cares? You're still getting it. You get a raise, and you get a raise, and you get a raise. Woohoo! All right. I don't know if it's enough. It's probably not enough. I mean, it's genuinely probably not enough. But it is super awesome, super excited to vote on a pay increase for legislative staff. Because, whew, are they underpaid? Defined benefit retirement plans. The Public Employees Retirement Board, PERB, P-E-R-B, PERB, is the entity through which the state contributes funding for the 3 defined benefit plans. Oh, hold on, I just got to go back to the last one. Pay increase for legislative staff. Yes, the crowd goes wild. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just very excited. I mean, again, it's probably not enough, but it is certainly
1 minute.
More than well deserved. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just do call the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
13 ayes, 8 nays, Mr. President. Place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Raybold, Day, Conrad, Lippincott, DeBoer, Dover, Bostar, and Erdman. Please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Kavanaugh, may we proceed without Senator Conrad?
Yes.
Thank you. Senators, the question is the bracket motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 36 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to bracket.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Senators will stay under call, please. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on your desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Slama would move to invoke cloture on LB 92A pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Slama, for what purpose do you rise?
Well, we're already under call, so I don't really have a purpose.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. And we're past that. Yeah, the question is, all those in favor vote aye, all those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
Cloture is invoked. The next vote is on the adoption of AM 1549. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. The next vote is on the advancement of LB 92A to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
LB 92A is advanced to ENR initial. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some items quickly. Amendments to be printed. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 705. Mr. President, next item on the agenda, legislative bill 227A. Mr. President, excuse me, legislative bill 227A, introduced by Senator Hansen. This bill for enacting new appropriations appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of legislative bill 227 and declares an emergency. The bill was read for the first time on April 25th of this year and placed directly on general file. There is an additional amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, before I get started, I'd at least like to mention, and I did get her permission before I do say this, it is my good friend and colleague's birthday today, Senator Slama, and so I'd like to wish her a birthday, even though we didn't get any cookies, so happy birthday, Senator Slama. Thank you for thoroughly embarrassing her colleagues. I appreciate that. All right. And so LB 227A is the A bill for LB 227, which we passed on select file. This was the Health and Human Services Committee priority bill, which had a package of bills that we've discussed already before, but this is just the A bill. This in particular is the ones that were on general file. The preceding amendment that we have is for the ones that are on select file. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, amendment. Senator Hansen would offer AM 1550.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like I said before, AM 1550 is the A bill for the ones that we incorporated into the package on select file. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Hansen to close and waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1550. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 A's, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of Senator Hansen's amendment.
AM 1550 is adopted.
No, sir.
Senator Hansen, you're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 227A to E and R initial. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 A's, no nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
It is advanced. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 138A. I have no ENR amendments and nothing on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 138A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Senators, you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. It is advanced.
Mr. President, next item, legislative bill 254A. I have no ENR amendments. Senator Brewer would move to amend with AM 1543.
Senator Breezy has been authorized to open. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise to present AM 1543. AM 1543 updates the appropriations language in LB 254A to reflect the two amendments that were adopted by the body on select file. First, the amendment appropriates funds to the Legislative Council for the provisions of what had been LB 552 introduced by Senator John Kavanaugh. And again, that bill extended by 1 year the legislature's Mental Health Care Capacity Strategic Planning Committee. Second, the amendment increases the appropriation to the Nebraska Educational Telecommunications Commission to provide for the closed captioning of legislative debate in both English and Spanish. And that was Senator Hunt's amendment that we adopted. I would ask for your support of AM 1543. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. No one else in the queue. You're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1543. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 A's, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill, Senator.
I recognize Senator Ballard.
Mr. President, I move that LB 254A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Senators, you have heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 683A, I have nothing on the bill, Senator. Senator Ballard for a motion.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 683A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Senators, you have heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, nay. It is advanced.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 799A, I have no E&R amendment. Senator DeBoer would move to amend with AM 1435.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Excuse me, colleagues, sorry about that. This is the bill that would be a lot of the things that the court wanted, including the salaries for our judges and the other amendments that we added in. This is just the A bill. So I encourage your green vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. There's no one else in the queue. You're recognized to close and waive closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1435. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
36 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
The amendment is adopted. I recognize Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 799A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Senators, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no, nay. It is advanced. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed from Senator Brandt to LB 562, Senator Vargas to 562. Name add, Senator Frederickson adds his name to LB 199. Finally, a priority motion. Senator McDonald moved to adjourn the body until Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.